What's up, everybody? I feel like I haven't seen you guys in forever. I haven't. It's only been a week. I checked. There they may go. My lips look all real red again. I think my settings got all messed up again. But anyway. Oh, wait, I have the wrong earphones in. Hold on a second. I have my iPad, my AirPods in. Hold on. I wouldn't be able to hear if I play any videos. Give me 1 second. I gotta go find the case for this. Where did I put the case? Well, I have no idea. Hold on. I'm sorry. Oh, swear, every time I just try to start early or even start regular, I always forget. I always screw up something. Where anyway, okay, I'm back. Um, what was I saying now? Okay. Yo, yeah, I was saying I feel like I haven't seen you guys in forever. I feel like I haven't been live in forever. But I looked at it, it said it's only been 7 days. So it's like that's crazy that only a week passes, and I feel like it's been like a month. It really has. It's feel like it's been like a month since I've seen you guys. And I know I can't really see you guys, but I can see. I feel like I'm hanging out with you guys. I know it probably doesn't make much sense to you. Yeah, I'm sure it makes sense to you guys. But it's like, it's weird. Like that, I can't go that long without you guys. I miss you. Um, Auntie Jane, what's up? Gaming and Six and Trina. I've been dying to talk to you. Trina, new sub! Yay! Welcome! I got a shot. Sorry. Hey, damn it, Janet. Oh my god, I love your name. Damn it, Janet. Sounds good. Hey, gaming and sleuthing. I haven't got back to the Courtney Clenny stuff. I've been so busy with this subtitle stuff. It's been crazy. How long that takes. I might have to skip a few here and there just because I have, my mom's, we're having a surprise. She's turning 70 Sunday. She doesn't watch my channel, so she supports what I do, but I tell her I'm weird where I don't like want her to watch. I don't want like family to watch me. I'm just weird when I would much rather do like speeches or stand up and talk in front of people I don't know rather than people I know. I'm just weird like that. My mom's the opposite. But anyway, my point is, don't worry, it's not going to ruin the surprise. But tomorrow we're having a surprise party, birthday party for her. Hey Casey Marie. Yay, thank you for joining. Look at that smile in your picture. That looks like such a genuine smile. You look like sincerely happy in your profile pic. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, I actually have some new stuff coming up. So, for the members, I have a few things that I'm planning after I get all these phone calls released. And I have something else I got on a case that we've been waiting to hear about something, and I haven't had time to do it. I got it the same day I got it when I started. I think I put out my first phone call. I got it. They hand delivered it, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't have time. I'm like, I have to finish these calls, so I'm holding on to this right here that has some interesting stuff that at least some of you guys, it's about a case we've been kind of waiting to find out about. So it's interesting to me. It wasn't like a big case talked about. It was one of the smaller ones that not a lot of people talked about, but I did, and I forgot I ordered it. I forgot I freaking ordered it. It came in the mail. My mom was like, "Why is this from LAPD?" I'm like, what? I had to think. I'm like, I don't know, Mom. He's like, I had to sign for it. What the heck's going on? I'm like, it must be something I ordered for a case. And as soon as then I thought, I was like, wait, I know what I ordered. As soon as I was like thinking about it and I opened it up. But anyway, so I'm very anxious to get that information out to you, but I'm trying to do these phone calls first. So Monday, Paul's sentencing, guys. I am so anxious for that. Like, I don't even know what to expect. So after listening to these phone calls, I am with a lot of you guys. I'm seeing your comments because I've been trying to read a lot of them. So I've been like reading as many comments. I'm constantly every day, on my free time. I'm just like on my phone, just trying to like read the comments because I love hearing what you guys think about these. So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so Monday because that was what I was gonna say. I'm starting to change my opinion on him. Well, like if you guys have followed me this whole case, I've been kind of going back and forth. Where originally, when I didn't know the case that well, but I knew like the details of it, and I watched the trial, I said if you guys remember, go back. Originally, I said, no, he can't get off. Like, that's not an excuse. I don't want him to get off. I think he should, get this, I don't know if I said same sentence, but I said I think he should get a lot of time. And then I was going through his social media and his Facebook and getting to know Paul, getting to know his history, getting to know like what it was like for him growing up with his dad and stuff. And then I started having a little bit of sympathy for him. Like, okay, maybe he shouldn't get too much time. But now listening to these phone calls, I'm torn. I'm going back to like, this guy is a freaking manipulator. He is trying to pin it all on his mom when, at first there's points where I thought, okay, it is his mom's fault. Obviously, she's the bigger culprit. But the fact of the way he's going about doing it, the way he's talking about it, it does make me think he is manipulating. Like, he doesn't have any sympathy for Timothy. So that whole crap up on the stand, how I would gladly take his place, that is a lie. Because not one time did he even bring him up. Okay, and I still have a bunch more phone calls, and I tried to skim through some of them just because I was trying to get a good order and see who he talked to, but I haven't got to listen to him, like really listen to him straight through. I just kind of like to see who he was going to be talking to. And so I don't know. I haven't listened to all of them fully, but so far, not one time does he bring them up. Not one time does he say, "Oh my God, I'm so sad about Timothy." Not one freaking time. That's a whole lie. All he cares about is himself. So, and the fact that he is, I think, what I think now when I hear him talking about that psychological exam and, oh my God, I hope autistic, I hope they found something to get me off. He probably went in there trying to make it seem like there's so much more wrong with him. You know what I'm saying? Like lying. I think he tried to manipulate the psych evaluation too, which there's built-in like method, there's built-in like safeguards for that. The certain tests that they run, there is some built-in safeguards for people trying to manipulate the tests, depending on what they gave them. But some of those tests have in like those built-in things for, because people that have mental issues or people that are pretending or whatever, they're going to try to trick and try to like come across like they have this or that for court legal reasons or whatever reasons that they want. So, but it's not perfect. And psychologist or psychiatrist or whoever he went, a psychiatrist, I would hope, they're not perfect and the tests aren't perfect. So, I mean, it doesn't mean he couldn't have manipulated something, but they do have these safeguards that they try. Anyway, I don't know. It's making me think he's more manipulative than what we have thought. But now, with that being said, we do still have to keep in mind that he did grow up with Shanda, okay? So he did not have a good childhood, okay? This is his environment that he is forming his personality. He's forming everything as he's growing up. Number one, a part-time with evilness, okay? And now we're learning that his dad and his stepmom, I'm not getting like everything I've learned about his stepmom, it doesn't seem like, I think she was was married to Eric. He probably was controlling. I don't feel like I have too much bad feelings towards Trish. I know much about her, but what I have heard about her, there hasn't been that many negative things. But the thing is the teachers talking about Timothy at school, talking about their home life is the only thing that it's just like Trish was the stepmom at the time. But if Eric is really as controlling as they are saying, which I don't know because that's coming from Shanda, but it's also coming from that family friend in a way. So I don't know if he is, then, I don't know. What do you guys feel about Trish? I don't know yet. I feel like I don't have as much blame on the upbringing on her as I do on Eric and Shanda. So yeah, so we cannot forget that he, there is some of that. Like, he did come up in an environment that did help influence form his childhood. So I mean, there is some of that. So, but with that being said, then you could say that about Shanda too, because I mean, her sister said what they went through growing up too. So where does it stop? Where does it stop? Where does it stop where we're like, oh, we feel bad, oh, we feel bad, oh, we feel bad? Like, where is that line at then? because then it could go back to Shanda, and then maybe Shanda's parents got abused too. I mean, it could just keep going back. So do we feel bad for Shanda too? You know, where's that line at? And that's what's tricking me a little bit. Because it's just like people, there are still some people that are feeling bad for Paul, but then do you going to transfer that to Shanda? Because Shanda also was abused growing up too. And I do believe that to a degree, because I know like a lot of people don't believe her because she said it, but her sister also vouched for her. Her sister had no reason to lie. Her sister said it clear as day. Same things. The food, the torture, like I think even the ice bath. I forgot, I have to read it. Man, it's been a while since I read that. But from what I remember, it was the same it was like almost the same techniques that Shonda was using. Okay. So where does that line go? Now, I'm not saying I feel bad for Shonda, but I'm saying, do you see what I'm saying though? Where do we draw that line? Because she also was. So she's a product of her environment. Paul's a product of his environment. You know, it's just, where does that go? Shonda's parents might have been a product of theirs. Now, not everybody that does that has gotten that done to them. Some people just do it. They just start it. They start that cycle. But so yeah, so it's just like, it's tricky because it's like, okay, if we feel bad, a little bit bad for Paul, aren't we supposed to feel bad for Shanda too? You know, but it's tricky. The only difference I could think of is where I'm like kind of separating the two is Shanda, Paul's still young. You know what I'm saying? Paul is still a young kid, and this is happening when he's not even fully, his brain's not fully even an adult. I mean, it's not fully evolved. So, or formed or whatever. I sound silly. But it's not fully developed yet. So that's the only difference I could see. Sean is fully an adult. This happened where she's had all these life experiences and she's an adult and she should have already now been able to grow out of that, and he didn't get a chance to yet. And then this happened. That's the only difference I could see, but I don't know. They're both manipulators. And my point is maybe we shouldn't feel so bad for Paul, or maybe we should, or maybe, you know, I don't know, guys. It's tricky. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like the difference is Paul is still so young when this happened, and Shonda is like way older. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that we should cut him a little more slack. But I mean, still, he's a manipulator. If you guys can't see it in the phone calls, he does not freaking care about Timothy. I don't buy that he does that stuff on the stand. And I thought that, and that is why, you guys, go back to my first couple of videos before I even did any research into him. And I just watched, the first thing I ever watched on this, because I was late to watching the trial, was his testimony. That was the first thing. Didn't even hear about this case. Was laying in bed one day because I love trials. I saw that trial, popped it on. It was during his testimony. And I was like, this guy is full of it. I don't believe what he's saying. And then I did a video and I'm like, no, this guy better not get away with it. I do not believe him. He's lying. He doesn't care about him. And then I learned about him and I started saying, okay, well maybe. And my first opinion, I think, was right of him. My first gut feeling about him. He was lying up on that stand. He did not care about Timothy. Not one bit. Anyway, so, Susie, hey guys, let me look at chat now. I just got off on a rant. Sorry, guys. Hey, it's Honeybee for me. Tracy, what's up? She could have broke the cycle. He calls her Shonda. Says, yeah. No, I agree. They both could have broke the cycle, but that's my point, Tracy. So could he have. But do we give him a little bit more slack because he's so young? That's what I'm trying to, like, in my head. Like, as far as, like, his, like, what should his sentence be? You know? Is it fair if he gets like what is his max he could get? Didn't they say 60 is max, but they don't think he was going to get that? I have to go back and look at the details of his exact charges. Why was I thinking? I think it could be like anything. It's up to the judge, right? But there has to be some kind of max. I forget. Does anybody know? Anyway, where do you think that would be fair for him to get is what I'm struggling with. Like, he don't think he's going to get that long. You could tell. He thinks that neither of them brought up Timothy, and it makes me sick. And okay, so here's the thing. I want to answer a couple questions I haven't got to answer because people were asking in the comments. So number one, I've been asked a lot about Shonda's interrogation. I asked about that and got a direct response. They said she didn't get interrogated, is what they told me. I said, I want her interrogation. Can I please have it? I don't know. I specifically asked for it because I was getting the files and stuff. And they're like, no, she didn't get interrogated. Because I'm like, where's her interrogation? She didn't get interrogated. I'm like, are you sure? Like, no, she didn't. They said she didn't get interrogated. That's why there's no interrogation video. So that's one. Number two, post trial Shanda calls. Don't know, in the process of trying to order him. But here's the thing. I think why there is more calls. This is just a guess. I have more calls from, well, number one, because Paul's in there longer and he didn't get moved yet because he hasn't been sentenced. But I think why uh, there isn't as many of Shauna, because remember, the only person she had to call was her friend, right? They were trying to get her friend on the private list because her friend is a lawyer, and I guess you could tell she was just going to try to like act like, she's helping her with her case so she could be on the lawyer client, like lawyer privilege type thing. So they were trying to get her on the private list. So I'm wondering if they got her, if she was able to get on the private list, which that means they wouldn't be in the phone calls we get. And that was the only person that was that was talking to her. But I still do. I have a few more. I'll probably have two more parts for Shanda to release on the phone calls, and then a bunch more Paul. And then what was I gonna say? And then I'm waiting to see about the uh after the sentence of her phone calls. If she has anybody to call, we'll see. So hopefully we'll be able to get those. I'm sure she had to make at least some calls. Uh, yeah. Anyway, let me see what you guys are saying. No, 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 dude. I'm talking about saying, "Hey, it's sad." Like that, like no sympathy. You don't. They can't just be sad for their brother. Really? Like that would be talking about the kids. They're like, "Oh my God, I miss Timothy," or "It's so sad." Do you think they can't? They're not allowed to say that? I don't know. I don't buy it. I don't think it doesn't sound like he cares. It's not like he's sad. He's worried about himself. That is all he's worried about. He's not worried about that he just played a part in his brother's death. He don't care. You can't convince me that he cares about Timothy. Nope, not after, first of all, I didn't believe it on the stand. And it felt fake to me when he was saying it on the stand, in Shonda's trial, and I don't believe it uh now, especially to see how all he cares about is getting himself out. All he cares about is money for his commissary. Oh, thank you, Groovy. Oh, Groovy, you're that. Oh, you're the one that I kind of went off at. Oh, I went off at in the comments, right? I'm sorry. Did you get my apology? I apologized. You don't understand though. That was a buildup of for. Well, you read it. I don't want to go on to that, but that was not just you were just like you know what I'm saying. That was just a build up of. I don't know. I'm not going to get on to it because I feel like I did explain it in my comments probably too much, but I do apologize because you probably might not have meant it quite like I was taking it. Anyway, and then how crazy the things that they are complaining about is, do they not make any connection to what Timothy must have been going through? No food? Oh, this is how I feed myself. I can't. This food's so gross. I need a commissary. You wouldn't even give Timothy food. So I have a video coming up. I was doing the subtitles on Shonda's where she's ordering commissary, but since they order it in the room, they have tablets, so now they can make phone calls in the room. They could order commissary in the room. So there's this one she's ordering, and you could hear her kind of talking to her cellmate a little bit, and she says something like about pepper, like if you ask for how does she say it? But it made me think like you're talking about pepper, okay? You made Timothy eat that freaking extremely, not just regular hot sauce, but hot sauce that is like extremely hot that people just like usually do for like dares or like freaking videos or like once in a great while, and you're making him freaking eat it with bread every day. Like, oh, yeah, no, I'm thinking Yeah, they're cold. They hate jail or they hate the food. I took some screenshots on some of the stuff that I wanted to hold on that I wanted to talk about. It's just it's like so hypocritical. Yeah. There's a video of guys trying to. Yeah. Oh, really, Liberty? Wow. And how much of a liar's Paul? So remember in that in his interrogation video that how many you guys have all watched that, right? We could what I'm sure you guys have watched that, right? The interrogation video of Paul. Do you remember he talks about how, oh, Shonda lets me keep the money, and if she ever borrows any, she pays me back. She's really good, not like my dad at all. And then he's going on about, oh, she was just using Timothy because he was able to contribute like money wise, and he turned 16, and then when he was useless, she didn't want him, and it was all about like, oh, she could get the money. Oh, and she only wanted me to come because I could help with the money. And you freaking liar. You just said the opposite, that you loved being there because Shonda didn't make you give her money. And your dad did. And Shonda, if she did borrow money, she would give it back. And, you'd help once in a while, but she let you keep most of your money. And so much different than when you're at your dad's. But now you're talking to people how she only wanted you to move there to get your money. And Timothy too. And then he was useless because he couldn't do anything. You are a freaking liar. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, that's what that family friend said about how he had celiac disease, so it was even worse. It's not just the freaking hot sauce, but it's that too on top of it. Hold on. I want to see. I'm missing some comments. I wanted to see. One second. Hey, coffee and conversation. No, I am good. I mean, you'll always have that, but yeah, it does. And so yeah, I'm very anxious to see what's gonna happen Monday, guys. So 8:30 a.m. is when it's supposed to happen. Hold on one second. I listened to it. I listened to it, the trial. I listened to it a couple times, the text message. Um, all right, hold on one second. Oh, Dom, thank you for joining. Thomas, thank you. Oh, that's what I never finished my thing for members. Dude, I got off on a tangent. Okay, so for the members, I think there's like 4 or 5 jail calls I'm gonna save for members that it's not, don't worry, it's just jail calls there where because I have to give members some content, and I'm just like me and Stacy, so weird. I was just like, what can I do for members? I don't know. Like the stuff I've done in the past, it never really turned out good. Not very many people watched it, so I was trying to think of some good stuff for members content. So there's like 4 or 5 calls that she lets her cellmates use. So I figured I could just release those for members videos, the cellmates calls. There is one cellmate call that I am gonna do the public because it's very interesting because she talks about Shonda, and I thought that was interesting what she says. So that'll be coming. Um so oh, and couple dude, this was like 6 or 7 months ago. I ordered a couple DUI things. I don't know. I was trying to think of different routes to change my, I don't know, to add to my channel. And it's just, anyway, I ordered 2 different DUI things. They're from, oh, I think they're both from Ohio. DUI stops. I have 2 of them, so I figured I could do that for members. I haven't even watched them all yet. DUI stops. They could be interesting. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't want to skim through a couple of them, but they could be. Sometimes DUIs are interesting to watch. So I'll do that for members too. So that'll be coming up. And then, of course, I'll think of some other stuff. Trial time, Tammy. Yay! You're back. You were my, the Shonda trial girl. Yes. You're here. Who was the orderly? I think it was his grandma. I think it was his grandma. Somebody brought up a good point that they think it might be his grandma VanderArk because he talks about being in town. So it would be it would be somebody that's in town because he talks about he's not sure if he's gonna be able to leave state if he gets out. So they brought up a good point. It would be the VanderArks that live there. So I'm thinking it is his grandma on. So Adam's mom. I'm thinking. I don't know. It's just a guess, but somebody said that. I'm like, you know what? That's a good point. It probably is. And I figured out because I was listening to the calls over real quick. I was skimming through them before before I started just to kind of refresh. And I realized that one call, that one Paul, and I think it's number 3. It's where I talk about how the one is after the trial where Nolan comes or talks about visiting. Like talks about visiting him after Shanda's sentencing, which is the 23rd. So he comes into town the 22nd. Well, the call right before that, on that one, where I was like, I don't know if they're both after the trial, but I know the for sure one is after the trial. The one before that, I caught a hint that I didn't catch the first time. So that was a week before the trial started. Because he's talking about, at first, it didn't make sense because I'm like, dude, he's talking about like the court hearing. Is it going to be televised? And I was thinking this thing coming up, and I'm like, that doesn't fit because they're talking about Christmas, and Christmas already passed, and he's talking about visiting for Christmas, and I'm like, it just clicked. Like, this is what, when I was doing subtitles, I couldn't figure it out, and then I listened to it and I figured it out right away today. Yeah, it was a week before the trial. He's talking about Shanda's trial, and so it would have been like December, the Shanda's trial was like December 12th, 13th, 14th or something. So it was the week before is what that phone call was. But if you guys care, you guys might not know even know which one I'm talking about. But anyway. All right, let's see what we got. Mind blown Timothy gives 0 flips about what happened to him. Yeah. He totally stuck up for Shanda, acted like she could do no wrong. How he totally disses her and didn't even once care that his e-bike messed up her credit. Yeah, he's something else, dude. He's something else. And it's like he's throwing out like these things because he's like fishing for like some sympathy. You know what I'm saying? Like he throws out like things about, oh, Shanda this, Shanda that. And he wants to like make sure, they know she's the bad guy, not me. It's all her fault. But I'm not buying it. Like, it's almost like because he's doing that, it's coming off as like, you are a freaking, I don't know. There's something about it. It's just, yeah, I'm not buying it. And like I said, a lot of you guys feel the same way now. So, yeah, he didn't. That's the thing. He was like, well, I don't think it'll be on, I don't know if they'll have a video. But that's what he was taught. Yep, Sean Block, that's the one where he's like, I don't think it will be, but I'll be praying. And Paul's like, well, pray for me. And that's why I was thinking he was talking about the sentence, because pray for him. And I'm like, it can't be because he's talking about Christmas coming up. But then it hit me. He's like, no, he's just talking about the trial because he had to testify, go up on the stand and he got subpoenaed, he said. He had to go up. But I mean, not like he willingly wanted to because he's trying to get this deal, but he had to go up and go up and testify. So that's what he was talking about. Pray for me and stuff. Yeah. Oh, rough year. Are you doing better? Oh, thanks, Chris. Thanks for joining. Monday in a couple of days at 8:30 in the morning. I'm gonna be live streaming it. I'm hoping. So with Shanda's, they had it really They had it live. I'm trying to think if it was live or if it was just a few minutes off. But no, they had it. So I'm hoping it's the same way where, because sometimes with court hearings, they have like this rule where they can't live stream it, but they could play it after. So like it'll come on like, after the whole court hearing ends, like the Coburg, there's a couple Coburgers that were like that. There was, I forget, there was another one that was like that. So after they freaking air it, so it has to finish and then they could play it, which is okay. But with Shonda's, it wasn't. So I think it should be, they should be able to do it live because at least that sentencing for Shonda, it was right away. So yeah, 8:30 is supposed to be when it starts. So I'm sure it'll be a little bit late, but I'll probably come on like around 8:15 and just be there bright in the morning and with my coffee and see what happens, man. He's probably nervous. This could be, dude, this could vary from like 5 years to 60 years. I don't know, what is the range. Let's look this up here. Does anybody know? Jay, you're really good with like do you know what the possible sentence is? Because I know the prosecutor put in recommendations, but if you remember listening to his pre-sentence hearing, he said, okay, well, you guys we should watch it maybe. He says, okay, I'm going to hear what they say, but I don't have to go by what they recommend. You still want to plead guilty? You still want to, do this? Because I don't have to go by the recommendations. Remember? Let's watch it. You guys want to watch it again? What do you think? Asia, thank you. Thank you for joining. Oh, Jen, go let us know if anybody's in the in the watching. Yeah, 25. Yep. So he's not. I mean, he's not 25 yet. Okay. Oh, wow. I guessed it right off the top of my head. I said it could vary from 5 to 60 years. Okay. So yeah, I mean, that's huge. Like I mean, but see, I think with Paul is like, I think he thinks that he doesn't know the seriousness of it. He thinks it's all on Shonda and doesn't realize how big his part is in it. I feel like from listening to those calls. I mean, yeah, I think he's nervous, but I don't think he realizes that just because she's your mother, you're not a minor. You're an adult. And just because you're her kid doesn't mean that she has all the responsibility in this. You know what I'm saying? I think he thinks that he's a mentality that he's just a kid living with his mom. She's the adult. It's all on her. No, you're an adult too. There's a lot of adults that are already out on their own, married, kids at that age. I mean, you're a freaking adult. So I don't know. I just don't think he realizes that he has just as big of a part. I mean, hers is bigger because she, in a way, but really legally. Asia, did I thank you for joining? Thank you, Asia. I think I did, right, Asia? No. Let's watch this, guys. Let's watch this to remind you what the judge said about his sentence. Hold on. You guys want to watch it? It's the one with the pre-sentence hearing. How many of you guys have already seen it? Let's watch it together. Hold on. Let me bring it up. I'll bring it up over here. Yeah, let's watch it again because I mean, I remember, but I forget every single detail. Okay, hold on. Let's see. It's pre-sentence hearing since Monday. So yeah, you guys, this Monday, the 26th, in like 2 days. Well, today's Friday, right? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, in 3 days. 3 days. Come stop by my channel. I'll put up the reminder tonight or tomorrow for it. And then I don't know why I don't like to put up the reminders too too early, because here's the thing. Then when they upload, oh, actually, never mind, because lives actually are in a separate section. But before, when they were in the same section, when they upload, then let's say if I put it up right now, and then I have 3 or 4 more videos. When they were in the same section, when they upload, then it went down. It actually was down by like in there. And then, you know what I'm saying? It would be like way down here when it's newer than those. And that always bothered me. But actually now, if I don't have another live before it, it'll be the last one. Okay. But that's why I never used to do like too early of them. Okay. Paul Ferguson. Hold on 1 second, guys. Sentence, or a pre-sentence is what it was called, I think. Or maybe it was just called, that was his plea. That's when he pled guilty. That's right. That's when he made his plea, his official plea. So that would be, pleads guilty. There we go, plea. All right. Yep, here it is. Court TV has it. You know what, though? They have like a lot of overlays. I hate that for some reason. I love Court TV. Usually they don't, but on that one they have a ton of different stuff over top. I want to see if anybody else. I want to see if 13, because they are the ones I actually watch most of the trial with, to be honest. Hold on, just give me 1 minute, guys. Oh well, no, we'll just watch it with Court TV then. All right, let me share my screen and we'll watch it, see what, get ready for Monday. And then I'll go through the screenshots, and because as I was listening to the stuff before this live, I was on double speed just trying to refresh on stuff. I was taking like screenshots of the different parts that I wanted to make a point on talking about. Okay, so son pleads guilty. Yep, here we go. All right.
2022.
The judge, he entered the courtroom, he entered with his attorney. The judge entered the courtroom and proceedings began. I'm going to take you back to that moment when the judge enters. So let's go out to that courtroom in Michigan.
Right before the court is filed 2022-3537 FC, through the state of Michigan versus Paul Ferguson. Are you Paul Ferguson, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ferguson, can you please rise and raise your right hand? In this matter now pending, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Put your hand down and grab a seat. Mr. Ferguson is represented today by Mr. Joshua Eldon Brady. The people are represented by Mr. Matthew Roberts. The date and time scheduled for a status conference on this case. The court's been informed that there is going to be a plea. Is that correct, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, it is my understanding that Mr. Ferguson does intend to offer the court a plea to the charge of child abuse in the first degree. As the court is aware, the court presided over the trial last week of the co-defendant in this matter, Shanda VanderArk. She was ultimately convicted by a jury of first-degree felony murder as well as first-degree child abuse. I did have an opportunity to speak with the jury after that, as Mr. Ferguson was a witness in that case and testified for the prosecution. I can report to the court that after my conversations with the jury in this case, as well as looking back over Mr. Ferguson's cooperation, it's my intention at this point that no additional charges will be filed against Mr. Ferguson in exchange for him pleading here today to this charge of first-degree child abuse. That final decision was not made, however, I need to be clear about this until after consulting with the jury and certainly getting some input from the jury about Mr. Ferguson's testimony and what that meant ultimately in the case against Shanda VanderArk. It's my further understanding, and I've indicated this to the court in chambers, that as a result of the cooperation that Mr. Ferguson has provided and pursuant to the commitment that we made to inform the sentencing court, yourself, of his cooperation, that I will ask the court to impose, at the time of sentencing in this matter, impose a sentence within the Michigan sentencing guidelines for this offense. Obviously, that will go to the minimum offense, and then the court will still have to make a determination as to the minimum sentence, as well as the maximum potential sentence. But I will ask the court to make a sentencing commitment within those sentencing guidelines. It's my understanding the court at this point has not made any commitments in relation to any sentencing, and that is simply my recommendation here with the recommendation for a sentence within the sentencing guidelines, but the court has not yet committed to that at this point.
All right, Mr. Eldon Brady, any comments regarding Mr. Roberts' statements?
I saw a little bit of question. I just want to clarify the simple version of Mr. Roberts' statement. It's our understanding that the people's commitment is, in exchange for Mr. Ferguson pleading as charged to the child abuse in the first degree, that the people are committing that there will be no additional charges related to the same set of circumstances brought against him in this case, and that the people will not ask for a sentence above the sentencing guidelines in this case, as well as continuing to fully and fairly inform the court of Mr. Ferguson's cooperation.
All right, is that correct, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, that's what I indicated.
All right, Mr. Ferguson, did you hear the statements that were made by both Mr. Roberts as well as your attorney, Mr. Eldon Brady?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the terms of the agreement?
Wait, I'm sorry. This lawyer is cracking me up. Did you see that attitude? He's looking at the prosecutor's like, yeah, that's what I said. He repeated everything that the prosecutor said. But the fact is he said it like, well, if he had an attitude like he wasn't like, that he didn't just say the exact same thing. Oh my God, I think that Paul should have listened to that guy who was trying to tell him, like, I don't know about your lawyer has your best interest, because this guy, I don't know, that was funny. I don't know if you guys caught that. I don't know why I found that was funny.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, you need to understand, although Mr. Roberts is going to make a sentencing recommendation to the court to stay within guidelines, that is not binding upon the court. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have not committed to any particular sentence, and I told the attorneys essentially I'm not committing to stay even within the guidelines. There's a lot of things I need to see in terms of a pre-sentence report and in terms of some information that Mr. Eldon Brady intends to offer the court. But I want you to understand before we go on with this plea that there is no guarantee that it would be within guidelines. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the court, if it exceeded guidelines, all the guidelines are advisory. The court would certainly have to put grounds why it was going outside those guidelines. But again, there's no guarantee. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And knowing all that, you still wish to go forward with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Roberts, you can read the information.
The information then would read that on or about July 6th of 2022 in the city of Norton Shores at 4788 Marshall Road in the county of Muskegon and in the state of Michigan, that Paul Ferguson did knowingly or intentionally cause serious physical harm to a child. Contrary to Michigan law, this charge is known as child abuse in the first degree. That is a felony. It is punishable by life or any term of years.
All right, Mr. Ferguson, did you hear the prosecutor read the felony information?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the name and the elements of the offense that you face?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the offense you'll be pleading guilty to in count one is called child abuse in the first degree. That is a felony punished by up to life or any term of years. There's no mandatory minimum sentence you must serve. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
As of this charge, you have one of four plea choices. First is a nolo contendere plea. It's commonly called a no contest plea. It's a plea where you choose not to fight the charge for record and sentencing purposes. It operates as a guilty plea. Second, you can plead guilty. Third, you can plead not guilty. And fourth, you can stand mute, which means you would not speak. And I would enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. Do you understand the four pleas?
Yes, Your Honor.
At sentencing, both you and your attorney will be given a reasonable opportunity to read a pre-sentence report and to make additions, corrections, or comments, and the court will pronounce your sentence. Are you prepared to enter a plea at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is your plea to count one, child abuse in the first degree?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything else beyond the matters recited here today to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone threaten you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Pleading guilty of your own free choice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your plea gives up all the rights listed on the advice of rights form that you signed. Those rights include the right to a trial by a jury, the opportunity to do a trial by the court without a jury if you chose, and the prosecutor and the court agreed. You have the right to presume innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at the trial, to question the witnesses against you, to have the court order any witnesses you have for your defense to appear at the trial, to remain silent during the trial, to not have that silence used against you, and to testify at the trial if you wish to testify. Do you understand that your guilty plea gives up these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you agree to give up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your plea gives up any claim that it was a result of a secret promise or a threat that was not disclosed to the court at this plea proceeding. It also gives up the right to claim later that it was not your own choice under the plea. Your plea changes your appellate rights from having the right to appeal to having to seek leave or permission to appeal to the Court of Appeals. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
To the attorneys, are either one of you aware any promises, threats, or inducements regarding the plea other than those already disclosed in the record, Mr. Roberts?
None, Your Honor.
And Mr. Eldon Brady?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Eldon Brady, do you wish to question your client regarding the factual basis for the plea?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Mr. Ferguson, you heard the information that was read by Mr. Roberts.
Yes, Your Honor.
And we just need a yes or no answer so it's clear for the record. You heard the information read by Mr. Roberts.
Yes.
And you heard the address mentioned in that information.
Yes, sir.
And from the start of 2022 until your arrest, did you live at that address?
Yes.
And did your mother, Shanda VanderArk, also live at that address?
Yes.
And did your younger brother, Timothy Ferguson, who was 15 years old at the time, also live at that address with you?
Yes.
All right, we're getting into the factual basis for the plea. This is all pretty typical when you have a guilty plea and the judge informs the defendant of the rights. How do you want to plead? He did a guilty plea to first-degree child abuse, but he still stands to serve up to life in prison.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly sure of the guidelines for a first-time offender in this situation. It seems to suggest that that's still the range that the judge can consider. And he was clear to him saying, look, I'm not bound by the recommendation by the prosecutors. This little deal between them was that we won't add any more charges based on your testimony, and we will recommend within the guidelines. You know, you can downward depart, you can upward depart, et cetera, et cetera. Judge said he's not bound by that. So it was a little scary for him, I'm sure. But he's taking this plea and he's going to roll the dice with the judge. Judge has to get more information on him. And boy, I have no idea where this one might land.
I don't either. In the pre-sentencing report, and I can imagine there are going to be some psychological evaluations so the judge can be fully informed before imposing that sentence. We're going to hit the pause button so that you're going to hear all of the factual basis for this guilty plea. Stay tuned, Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
We'll finish it. I just want to, I don't know why it's not working. That's weird. It's weird though, actually. Sometimes it works and lately it's been going out and I don't know why. Oh, look, Chad Daybell. What's y'all doing? Courtney Clenny. Chad.
Stakes trial.
Oh, I can't play that. They copyright sometimes for that music. I don't know, but I don't know why it's been doing that in the last couple months. It's just been going out and then it comes back. So I don't know. I just logged in. I mean, I'm showing I'm fine, but I don't know. Hopefully it'll work again. That sucks though, because those helps. Do you guys have the links that?
First-degree child abuse and the death of his special needs brother, Timothy.
Now, this comes after his mother was convicted last week in that same child's death. Right now, we want to get you back into court in Michigan to hear the factual basis of the plea.
And as far as you're aware, that house is located within Muskegon County, correct?
Yes.
And at some point during that time period, did Shanda VanderArk give you instructions that you were only supposed to feed Timothy bread with hot sauce or sometimes plain bread and no other food?
Yes.
And did Shanda VanderArk either instruct or ask you to look after Timothy while she was at work?
Yes.
Was it or did you follow that instruction to feed him only bread with hot sauce or plain bread?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that Ms. VanderArk was following the same food limitations for Timothy when you were at work and she was there?
Yes.
And was there a point approximately 3 weeks before Timothy's death that you realized that very limited diet was having a serious effect on his health and weight?
Yes.
And did you communicate that to Ms. VanderArk?
Yes.
And on that day, she allowed you to feed him an additional food.
Yes.
But after that, she went back to the instruction of only bread with hot sauce and bread.
Yes.
And did you follow that instruction?
Yes.
And your understanding was she was still similarly limiting his food intake when you were not present.
Yes.
The night before your brother Timothy died, did Shanda VanderArk give you an instruction that you were to put him in the bathtub with water and ice?
Yes.
And did she give you further instructions about keeping him in the bathtub until she returned from work?
Yes.
And did you follow those instructions?
Yes.
Okay, the only question I had, Mr. Ferguson, was Timothy under the age of 18?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any additional questions, Mr. Roberts?
I believe that's sufficient factual basis to establish the plea, Judge.
All right, the defendant offers the court a plea of guilty to the offense of child abuse in the first degree. His testimony establishes that he committed this crime I should ask you, Mr. Ferguson, this home at 4788 Marshall Road, is that in the County of Muskegon, State of Michigan?
Yes, Your Honor.
So his testimony now establishes that he committed this crime in Muskegon County. The court finds the plea to be knowing, voluntary, and accurate. And for all those reasons, the court accepts the plea. For the attorneys, does the court comply with MCR 6.302B through D regarding the taking of pleas, Mr. Roberts?
Court, Your Honor.
And Mr. Eldon Brady.
I believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ferguson, do you have any questions about anything we've done here today, sir?
No, Your Honor.
The court's going to refer the matter to state probation for preparation of a pre-sentence report. Scheduled sentencing for January 29th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. Bond at this time is revoked. Mr. Eldon Brady, I know there was some discussion about getting a potential assessment on your client, and obviously that's could take a little bit, especially over the holidays. So if for some reason you need additional time, just let the court know and certainly accommodate that. I do want as much information as I can about your client. So if that will help the court, I want you to be able to have the time that's needed to do that.
Now remember, they pushed it back. If you guys were like, wait, he didn't say the same date, they pushed it back, and we heard in the phone calls why. Because they were waiting. The judge wanted a psychological evaluation, so they pushed back the sentencing to tomorrow or Monday. So
that. Beyond that, anything else for the record, Mr. Roberts?
I'm sorry, did you say January 24th?
29th.
29th. Thank you.
Yep, 29th.
So, thank you.
All right. And anything else, Mr. Eldon Brady?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. We are adjourned. Have a good holiday.
All right, so the plea agreement done, his allocution in court done. January 29th is the date set for his sentencing, giving a little over a month for the defense to put together some information about this defendant to give to the judge to help him make his decision as to the ultimate sentence in this case. Judge, what was interesting was prosecutors allowed the factual basis to be Mom instructed him to do everything. All the acts that led to the death, we know that the cause of death was starvation. So all the acts that led to the starvation he was instructed by his mom. That's the way they did the factual basis of this. I thought that was interesting.
I noticed that too. Every way that it was worded, and his attorney, I'm sure, carefully crafted those words to make clear that he acted only on the instruction of the mother to mistreat and abuse his brother Timothy.
Yeah, and prosecutors were okay with it.
Yes.
Because prosecutors could certainly object to that.
That's fair.
All right, let's bring in our guest, still with us, trial attorney Michael Jaffer. Michael, we've talked about this ad nauseum, what was going to happen. Your thoughts on what we saw in court today?
I was a little bit surprised. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I agree that the factual basis was very favorable to him. Looking forward to the sentencing, but I was surprised that there was not a reduction. That there was not some sort of a plea agreement on that would tend to say this is what you're looking at, and the maximum sentence. I was surprised by that, because had it not been for this kid, the mother would not have been convicted. There wouldn't have been enough evidence. The video was bad, but the text messages were nothing, right? It was his testimony, and he leaned into getting his mom convicted. He did the right thing. I was a little bit surprised by that, because now it's in the hands of this judge. This judge is a good judge. But the pre-sentence investigation report, the health evaluation, the mental health evaluation that they're going to submit to this judge could sentence him to 20 years. He could sentence him to more. He could sentence him obviously to a lot less. But I was surprised by that. His attorney, by the way.
I disagree. The texts were enough. I disagree with what he just said, because I don't even think a lot of what Paul said was what was just confirmed by the text. I don't think they needed his testimony. I think they would have got him guilty. I don't think that's true. I think they would have definitely got it guilty. They came back in an hour. There was no question in their mind. They would have got a guilty plea without Paul. Those texts were enough, in my opinion. So I don't know. Maybe the guy didn't watch the whole trial or something, because that is definitely not true. Because think about what Paul said. Most of the stuff just kind of corroborated. It just basically said the same thing that the texts were saying. There wasn't even that many new revelations that he added. Everything was just, there was so much things in the text. So no, I don't agree it was needed. And I think he only did it because he wanted a lighter sentence. It wasn't like, oh, let me do the right thing for Timothy. No, it was, but I mean, realistically, most people that do take plea deals, it is for their own good. It's to get a better deal. I mean, so it's not like that's something new, but I mean, I just don't think he has any sympathy for Timothy. He doesn't give one crap. Oh, I'd gladly take his place. You're so full of it. You can't even go a day without your commissary. Why don't you, if you would gladly take his place, why don't you go a week just eating jail food, just to kind of like get a little bit of a hint? And that won't even be like a tiny bit of what Timothy, because they feed you 3 meals a day. Are you freaking kidding me?
He's a good attorney. So I have to assume that they did the best they could, and that was the best they could have. There have been cases I've been involved in where if you were looking at the case from the outside, you would have said, why would that attorney let his client testify or do something? And what they don't know behind the scenes is it's not really up to the attorney a lot of the times. Clients make these decisions. I have to assume that this defendant wanted this to happen this way, and it's not that's the best that his attorneys could have done for him. I just have to assume that because, again, that attorney's a good attorney. He would have done the best he possibly could given the circumstances, and I think the biggest circumstance he had to deal with was his own client's wishes on how he wants the next 5-10 years of his life to go.
Yeah, and I too said, I can't believe they didn't agree to some number of years or a range of years. I thought the exact same thing. But the other thing is, maybe they couldn't come to an agreement on that and said, okay, we're going to have to leave it up to the judge. But I agree with you. Whatever they did, the defendant had to sign off on, which he did. Here's what I want to ask you. I thought it was truly in the best interest of this child, who, although an adult, I think of as a child, and really for justice, that the prosecutor said, I spoke to that jury who did convict Shanda, and I talked to them about Paul's testimony to get their opinion of Paul's testimony. I think that was brilliant because it gave him so much feedback, I'm sure, as to the credibility or not of Paul's testimony, Michael.
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, that was a great, and I saw the interview of the prosecutor at the day after the trial. That's what they call turning over every stone and looking underneath it and really caring about your craft. That prosecutor is a seasoned prosecutor. He's been around for a long time. People don't understand. Prosecutors don't make a lot of money. For you to have white hair and still be a prosecutor trying these types of heinous cases, you know a lot. You're very experienced. You are a grizzled, experienced attorney. So for him to ask the jury before they came into this week was a veteran move. And it was a veteran move that allows him to basically put this case behind him. Now it's out of the prosecution's hands, right? The prosecution can come up, they can look at the pre-sentence investigation report, obviously, in Michigan and give their opinion to the judge. But really, it's just them giving their opinion. It's up to the judge now. But they've done their homework, and they have. Yeah, you're right, Judge Ashley. Talking to the juries and asking them, hey, what was your opinion? What was your impression? I'm telling you, my impression is that had it not been for Paul Ferguson, I don't think we would see a conviction of Shanda. I mean, it was powerful.
You know, that's a consideration. But you know what's also a consideration for the defense is there's a trial tax. We all know it. there's a trial tax. When you take a case to trial, you know that they're going to ask for more than they would if you agreed to a plea. So even if you don't know the years, you know you're going to get less than if you go to trial, right? And the likelihood of conviction here is good.
Yeah.
So a plea makes sense to me. I want to quickly listen to an aspect of this young man that may come into play. We're going to hear more about it. Actually, we don't have time for that right now, but it really involves the Stockholm Syndrome. This idea that he was acting because of the situation he was in with this woman and a number of other mental health issues that may come into play. So I would imagine, Michael, that's going to be a big part of the consideration for the judge in determining sentence here.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at this kid, and the ideology is when you have mental health issues or any type of autism, you're like an infant, right? You're 19 going on 12. And he self-diagnosed himself by saying, maybe I have Stockholm Syndrome. I kind of agree with him. But it's absolutely gonna play a big part in the way that this judge sentences. Absolutely.
And I would want an assessment, psychological assessment of my client. It can go both ways, so it might hurt you. But I think at the end of the day, in a case like this, where he did things at the obvious the direction of his mother, that there's some real issues there from his childhood. All right.
So what do you guys think that they're going to, the psychological evaluation, what do you think it's going to come back? Do you think are they going to tell us the results of it, do you think, in the hearing? And what do you think? Oh, thanks, Soul. What do you think that it's going to come back? Do you think he's autistic? What do you think his deal is? Autistic is such a broad, there's so many different levels of it. It's just crazy. So like one person could, like somebody could have, oh, I have a brother, or I have a daughter or son that's autistic. And it could look nothing like Paul, but Paul could still be autistic because the range is so huge. I've seen so many different, it's just crazy. Like Juliet. You guys remember her? She was autistic, but she was, then I have, I watched this channel, this autistic, I'm like, fell in love with him. He's nonverbal. I'll have to, what's his name? I'll have to show you. He is such a beautiful soul. Like they show like videos of him when he's younger and stuff too. He loves music, but then some people have sensory issues where they can't do like loud noises. He loves concerts. They take him to concerts and music, and he's sensory. He wants sensory stuff. He loves all the sensory stuff. Some people don't like the sensory. You know what I'm saying? And he's, there's so many different varieties. So I don't know. You think he is? I'm going to do a poll, you guys, because I don't know. I mean, it's tough. But I am going to have trouble with that evaluation because now listening to him, we could tell that he was going to try to manipulate it. He was going to try to put it, you could tell he was going to try to get off. Like he's going to do anything he can to make them feel like there's something wrong with him. And I hope that there's enough safeguards in that he can't trick the system. But you could tell by the way he was talking that he was going to try. I wouldn't take that as honest. Him going in there, I don't think he was being honest, is what I fear of whatever he told them, because we saw his goal. His goal is to get off. Okay. So him being a healthy or normal or having normal thoughts isn't going to get him off. Right. So, anyway, so hold on, let me do a poll roll because I'm really curious, because I know a lot of you guys, everybody has experience with somebody that that's probably autistic these days. So I'd like to get a good feel of what you guys think. Hold on, I'm doing a poll for you. And then the fact that he says, this kind of made me laugh because it's like Paul. Wait, so the fact that he says the one that girl that he's talking about, or that I think it's his grandma that's talking to him, and she's like, he's talking about, oh, I heard prison's so much better than jail because you could get on a routine and you could have a job and blah, blah, blah. And she says, yeah, but it's a lot more violent, and what about gangs? And he says, oh, no, I don't think they'll have gangs where I'm going. Yeah, they will. I'm pretty sure every prison's going to have gangs, right? I don't think that any prison is minus gangs. I think that's a big staple in the prison system. But the fact that he's that oblivious that, must not be in Michigan. Oh no, that person's not gonna have gangs. Yeah, they will. Pretty sure any prison's gonna have gangs. All right, hold on 1 second. Yeah. So I'm saying he's in for a rude awakening if he thinks that it's like, oh, it's gonna be. I don't know though. I mean, a lot of people in prison they do get. It depends though. I mean, some people get used to the whole, and then you hear like some people that violence and I guess it just depends on how you're viewed and it's tricky. It could be okay for him where he could just fit in, or it could be horrible. As far as like, I don't know. I mean, he's a way he's going to be looked at because, I mean, his brother, I don't know how, children, child herders or whatever people, but I don't know what they would consider him in there. Like, how would they look at that, what he did? What do you guys think? Would he get treated really badly? Shanda's not. You'll hear, I mean, oh, she's freaking talking through the doors. People love her book. She's freaking sharing it. Well, you'll see the roommate. That I'll wait to what she says. But yeah. So it's like people are seeming to like her, but I don't know since this is all pre-trial. Do you think that the people in prison or in jail are listening to? Well, that was jail though, right? She got moved after her sentence, so I don't know. But I just don't feel like, I feel like she might be liked. Unfortunately, it seems like, at least in jail, it seemed like people were liking her. I don't know. I think she was sucking up to him and being really nice, but wait till like years pass and they see her true side. All right. I think this is going to be a quick one. I feel like it's going to shoot up yes, yes, yes. And then let's think of another poll. Do you think, okay, so I bet you a lot of people think he's autistic, but do you think there's more going on with him than autism? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it won't be as that. Maybe it won't be that. Actually, it's more no so far. Maybe not then. I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge into the situation of, first of all, into what to look for autistic. That wasn't, I have my bachelor's in psychology, but I didn't specialize in anything. And the stuff that I did tend to do all my, like papers on or research on was not that. It was more like, substance abuse stuff or like, I want to say like abnormal stuff, but it wasn't. It was more, it wasn't, I don't know. I don't know much about autism is what I'm saying. Just from like knowing a few people like that I know in my lifetime or YouTube videos, but that's it. So I don't know. I bet you a lot more people have more experience of what you think, if your opinion on if you think he is or not, because that's tricky. But it doesn't matter though. That's not an excuse. I mean, autism doesn't equate to evil, murder, being mean. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why he thinks that if they find him to be autistic, that he's not going to do any prison time. Like, that doesn't mean what? Even if people that are schizophrenic still have to go to, you know what I'm saying? People try to say, because that still doesn't make you insane, legally insane or anything. So what about there's been a few trials I watched where they were diagnosed schizophrenic. They still they went to prison for life. That would be more of a chance maybe the harming somebody than autistic, right? But it doesn't matter. That doesn't, they could take that into play because of maybe how he listened to his mom. I guess that could come into play because of his mom, him being autistic, and if his mom's telling him to do that, maybe how he would take that and act on it. Maybe it could come into play a little bit, but I don't think that that's gonna get him off. No, I think if it was something else, I mean, nothing necessarily would get him off, but they could take it into consideration on how much he's able to be rehabilitated, and he's able to, is he going to recommit and that kind of a stuff. You think he's psychosuspect? That's what I'm wondering, because that psych evaluation, think about this. He thinks his freaking manipulation on that could actually backfire on him. Because think about this. He goes in there and he wants to come across as crazy as possible because he thinks like, oh, if I act like this and I act like there's something wrong with me, I'll get off. And then it comes back that he's like sociopath, narcissist, whatever. That would decrease his chances. That would not help him. That would hurt him. Because you know what I'm saying? That being treated for that is a lot less likely. I don't mean to laugh, but I feel like his manipulation could actually backfire on him. Yeah, I don't know. So, I don't know about the autism. So, do you think he has anything else? I just learned, I was watching a video that I didn't realize this, but I just was thinking about it now. I just learned that. So, autistic people don't like to say they have autism, but they are autistic. So, I got to remember that. Because having it seems like more of like you have like a disease or you have you know what I'm saying? It is what you are. So it's like, I just learned that. I didn't realize that. So you're supposed to say they are autistic, not that they have autism. They are autistic. I don't know. I just learned that on a video. But anyway, his bunkie. Yeah, he's loving his bunkie. What about the one where his bunkie fell off the bunk? I guess his bunkie's name's Paul, so he says, I just call him Bunkie, because, but so it sounds like his bunkie, did you guys hear the one where he said his bunkie, basically he was dating, it was like an underage thing, but I don't know. I mean, you know, people always have excuses, but with that being said, the system can screw you too, though. All right, so let me, yeah, Mama Bear, yeah. Yeah, so let's go. Okay, I gotta talk about the noises, guys. What about him and his dad? What do you think that's about? I mean, like, I think at first I was like, you know, what is that? Is it? Then some people were like, oh, it could be like this, what is it called? Like stemming? I think it's just called stemming or whatever autistic people do. So somebody said, I think he's doing that. And then I was like, oh shoot, is that it? What's going on? But then I listened to his dad's and then I'm like, wait, no, I think it's just he learned it from his dad. You know, you grow up with somebody, think about like words that you pick up from your family or different behaviors, different just different things that growing up that you do and you don't even realize it. So after I heard his dad doing it, I'm like, no, that's just something his dad did that he picked up on, and now they both do it. Unless if his dad's autistic too, but I don't know. I'm thinking it's just a learned behavior. Now hearing his dad doing it. Lori, thank you for joining. And here's the thing. I do think, thank you so much, Lori. I'm going to have, after I get these calls out, I want to do those other calls for the members and stuff. So I have some members content, but it might not be for a week or two because I want to try to get those out. I want to do this, give you the news on this other case that from the past. What was I going to say? Okay. Oh, his dad. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, I do think guilty. Jay, did I not tell you when I was texting you before I released any of Paul's calls, did I not say that I think he's the type of person that is very uncomfortable with silence? You know how you talk to some people and they get really nervous when there's nobody talking, so they have to like make a noise or do something because it makes them nervous. They always have to be saying something. So I think it has to do with that, okay, where he doesn't know what to say, he's awkward, so he makes those noises. But it still is weird. It's still the noises that he chooses to make is still very odd because there's that noise that's very creepy where it sounds like he's pleasuring himself. I hate to say it, but I mean, like, does it not? He's like, I mean, come on, guys. It's just weird. So it's like, yeah, I get it that people do it to fill the time, but what he's choosing, those noises he's choosing to make, is still kind of humorous because some people could just say, oh, well, hey, but he's like making these odd noises. And, normally I wouldn't make fun of somebody for that kind of stuff, but I tend with these cases when there's awful things done to people by these people, and I almost tend to feel like it's like almost little ways of getting justice for Timothy. You know what I'm saying? It's innocent. It's such an innocent way, because this way that I'm just like kind of poking at him, not gonna hurt his feelings. If he heard it, he would probably laugh. It's not something that he's gonna sit there and be like messed up for life for, but it's just a little bit of a way to kind of like humiliate him in a small way for the amount that he freaking humiliated Timothy, making him wear diapers, no clothes on. How humiliated is that? On top of like making him physically feel horrible, but the humiliation? I mean, come on now. Gonna be 16 years old, naked in front of your brother. Like, I don't care if he's autistic or not, Timothy. That's not no kid, no boy going through puberty is. That's just the small thing on top of it. That's humiliation, and then of course all the other torture. But I'm just saying, come on. What I'm doing is so freaking innocent. So everybody is like getting mad at me. Oh, you're making fun of them. I'm sorry. I normally am not the one to make fun of people. As people that know me, I befriend everybody. But when somebody is that does something, it's just little ways of getting justice for these victims in our little way. You know what I'm saying? And it's just little ways. I'm sorry. It's just, so if you think that I'm a bad person because of it, I don't know. I would not normally do that, but Jay. No, yeah. And then, I mean, that's just the little thing. The big thing is like starvation. Can you imagine? Like, think about like we get hungry for like, let's say we don't eat a day or whatever. Like that pain of being hungry when you're like, I don't even know what it feels like to be really starving, where your body is like eating itself, trying to get any type of energy. You know what I'm saying? I've never been to that, and but I just know, just feeling when you feel hungry, like if you go a day where your body is still totally healthy and fine, that feeling, it feels horrible. Imagine like your body is literally starving. How bad that hurts. Okay? And then being in an ice bath and the hot sauce, and so I'm sorry that I'm making fun of his noises, but that's just so little compared to what freaking he had to go through. And it's funny too. I mean, him and his dad doing it in unison. Come on. I mean, they do it at the same time, and then they'd make music. The one goes, and he's like, and it's like, that could be on a freaking comedy. Like, when they're both doing it, I don't know. I don't know. It's just too much. It is. I couldn't help it. Hey, humanipulate. Wait, how do you say your name? I saw it earlier. I wanted to say human manipulation nation. I like that name. All right, so let me go through these screenshots of some of the stuff I wanted to. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I wanted to see what. Hold on, in the state, what that charge. Well, the lawyers on Court TV said what it could carry a life sentence. Let me just look that up though, real quick. Hold on, I just want to see. And I want to know. Hey, Gaiman and Sleuthing, you said that their recommendation was 5 to 60 years. Where did you see that though? Because I haven't yet to see what their recommendation was, what the state's recommendation to the judge was for Paul. Because I've never seen anything, what it said. Hold on, I'm looking up the charge real quick. Let's just see real quick. Okay, Michigan, child abuse. Okay, Michigan. Let's see if this one. All right, I just looked up here. Let's see. Let me share my screen. Let's look this up real quick, and then I'll go over the screenshots. I know I keep saying that, but I keep getting sidetracked because I want to see this first. Okay. Under Michigan law and to 4 degrees. So his was first degree is what his was. Because I wrote it down when the judge said it. So his was CA in the first degree. So first degree penalties and defenses. Okay. If a person knowingly or intentionally causes seriously bodily or mental harm, so that's the first degree. They knowingly, mentally, the person shall be guilty of child. CA in the first degree. It's the first degree. CA is a felony offense carrying the severest form of penalties among all other degrees. So, and his was the most severe, so that's good. Is used in the section law. Child refers to anybody under age 18. Person means a child's parent, guardian, or any person entrusted with the caring for the child, which he was when she went to work. Okay, serious physical harm inflicted on a child that causes serious impairment to the child's health or physical well-being. Serious physical harm includes skull or bone fracture, brain damage or injury, subdural hemorrhage, hematoma, sprain, dislocation, internal injury, poisoning, severe cut, burn, or scald. Serious mental harm means an injury inflicted on a child's mental health or welfare. It is not a requirement that the damages be permanent. The only requirement is that the injuries result in noticeable manifestations of substantial mood or thought disorder, significantly impairs judgment and the ability to recognize reality or cope with everyday demands of life. Proving first degree CA in court says the burden of proof lies with the prosecution. So they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the suspect knowingly or intentionally inflicted physical injury on the child in question, and he knew his or her actions would result in serious physical or mental harm to the child, which he already pled guilty to that, so they don't need to prove that. All right, so let's see, penalties. This is in Michigan, so, whoa. First degree CA is the severest form of CA and carries harsh penalties under Michigan law. If you're being investigated or charged with any type of CA charge in Michigan, it is imperative that you get a lawyer, irrespective of the offense's degree. Whoa, okay, so this is it. Upon a conviction with first degree CA abuse, an offender will be guilty of a felony punishable by imprisonment for any term of years. So there is no maximum that the judge has to go by. This means a judge can sentence a defendant to as much as life in prison, which I know that they said that on court TV, but it's nice to just confirm that because we have seen that the court TV hasn't always been right. I love court TV. I'm not saying that, but they got some things wrong with the Delphi case, so they're not, they can be wrong sometimes. Anyway, depending on the prevailing circumstances. Oh wait, this means a judge can sentence a defendant to as much as life in prison, depending on the prevailing circumstances. The same sentencing guidelines apply to the repeat offenders. So yeah, there it is. So wait, gaming and sleuthing. You said that. Can you send me the terms that the prosecutors said? Because I never seen that. I could try to look it up, but I never seen their recommendations. Did anybody? Oh, you did. Oh. I just saw that. I just found it. Okay. Oh well, this one was pretty good. So, but thanks. But I want to know. Can you send me the recommendations, not the because we already went over this. I don't need the law now because I think this did a pretty good job at talking. But I want to know the recommendations by the court or by the state. Let me see if you sent that to me. 1 second, guys. Oh, okay, thanks. But yeah, it said the same thing that said. So, but I kind of want. Oh, I got your other thing. So that's kind of that's not too bad of news, what you just sent me, about your results, gaming and sleuthing. That actually might be, you're probably relieved. That seems like that's could be kind of, probably not, it's probably not as bad as what you thought, right? Okay, so let me do a couple of screenshots, or let me show you a couple of screenshots, or talk about a couple of screenshots that I took. Just of the phone calls, but I just wanted to talk about some of the things. Hold on. Where's my photos? Okay. Oh, okay. So, in Shanda's phone calls. So, does anybody know what she was talking about? So she says, quote, "It'd be nice if if this prosecutor realized, hey, there's some really big problem with this case now with the PTSD issue." Isn't Shanda almost a lawyer? Like, didn't she so smart in her class, worked in the field for a few years, passed the bar? Does she really think that PTSD is going to get you off of a murder charge? Is that what she's saying? Like, is she maybe not the brightest person? There's a big problem with this case now with the PTSD issue. Most people in this freaking world have PTSD, Shanda. Most of us get along fine without killing our children. So no, there's no issue. Just because you have PTSD, she has PTSD, guys. You're all right. Go ahead. Sorry, we didn't know you had that. Are you kidding me? No, Shanda. Yeah, you're not too smart. Anyway, so that's one thing I wanted to comment on. Oh, and then her friend. So when she's talking to her friend, this is obviously before the trial. I do wonder after what she has to say. And so I am hoping we can get the phone calls after. And if we can, unfortunately, if she did get approved because she is a lawyer and she could say, oh, we're talking about the case and I'm helping her, giving her legal advice, she may have got that approved. So we might not get to see what her friend says, even if we do get the calls. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. But I do wonder if she's still going to stand behind her and be her friend after that. But she does send her that case where she said, hey, I found a case where malnutrition alone cannot be used as intent to kill. So she obviously didn't know all the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that, the ice bath, the unreasonable physical things that we heard from Paul. He can't even run. He has physical impairments from Timothy. He says that. Yeah, he has verbal impairment, physical. He can't run very well. It's probably not. So to them making him do like different physical things for hours. Can you imagine how hard that is for anybody, let alone somebody that has like physically has trouble doing things? So obviously her friend doesn't know the details. And I think that's why Shanda doesn't say much, when they're talking about it. And like, if she was really innocent, it was just like, oh, well, we know she isn't, but like the friend doesn't know the degree. And she'd be like, no, yeah, this is bullcrap. He wouldn't eat her. Just, you know what I'm saying? But no, she's very quiet and doesn't talk about the details of the case at all. Because she probably knows, dang, once I go to trial, she's going to see all this and know that I'm freaking, it's not what you think. Oh, and then she talks about helping her jail friend. And it helped, like, oh, she beat the charges because of her advice. Yeah, sure. But that's the sad thing, is she probably is going to help a lot of people in prison and get a lot of stuff in return. Because what does everybody need in jail? Legal advice. Oh, here is a thing that I'm curious. Me and Soul were talking about this. Soul, are you still here? very low. I don't know. Some people have trouble. My mic. Don't know. I got a new mic like a few months ago because my other one was having this weird sound in it. And now this one, it seems to be low for some reason. I went through the settings and turned it all the way up. Anyway, okay. Is Soul still here? So what do you guys think that her friend meant when she says, my little angel is doing fine at my parents' and that my parents couldn't talk much? And then Shanda says, oh, because the little one is around? And she says, no. Yeah, and she didn't want to say, her friend just didn't want to say much more, but it wasn't because of that. I don't think Shanda even caught on to what she was trying to say. And no, I don't think it's Gabriel, because Gabriel is definitely not with her friend. There's no way he's with her friend's parents. Gabriel was with Adam's family, I think, at first. And then when Adam died, from what I heard, he was with his dad and his dad's parents. And then when Adam died, I don't know. Then I'm thinking, hold on. Now I'm thinking if that's Adam's mom, then that would be where Gabriel was. Because then when Adam died, I don't know where he's at, but I don't think he's with them. So where do you think she meant? I don't know. Do you think she was talking about Gabriel? But how would she have any connect? Like, there's a no contact order. I think even... No, that's why. That's another hint where I think that I thought that Gabriel was with Adam's family. Because she talks about, here I have a screenshot where she talks about Adam contacting her. Or hold on one second. Just to remind me what some of the stuff is in. Apparently Adam, this is what Shanda says. Apparently Adam was in the hospital for an emergency of some sort. But he couldn't tell her what. And then she says, I hate this no contact order. I hate it. After she says that about Adam. But he did, because he couldn't. I guess maybe somebody else is telling her about Adam, and maybe it sounds like, is Adam not allowed to have contact with him? And why would that be? Is that because Gabe's with Adam in the family, and she can't have no contact with Gabe, so therefore she can't talk to Adam? You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm wondering. Is he still with the grandparents after Adam died, or did he go somewhere else? I don't know, but her friend, unless it's her friend, I don't know what she's trying to say. What do you guys think? Oh, thanks, Day Sal. Thank you. Ah, that's a thought. But when she talks about Adam being in the hospital for some serious emergency, the friend doesn't seem to know what it is, though. So wouldn't she know what her own brother, if it was the sister, wouldn't she know what her own brother's emergency was, though? I mean, but it could be. It could be. Oh. Oh, okay. So maybe this person did talk to wherever Gabriel was. And instead of saying, she was trying to say that she was probably trying to say that G was fine wherever he was, but she just played it off like, oh, my parents. Maybe that was. She's just trying to give her a code that he's okay. And it wasn't that they were at, this person was at her parents, but she had to say that because it was supposed to be code. Maybe it is. Because it did. When she first said my angel, I was thinking she was talking about him. Because the way she said it was really, Oh, another thing. It looks like that she's gonna be allowed to have a dog in there, because the therapy dog Sounds like it because she's talking about Sharma, and she says she was trying to get him in there with her, and then he died. Or she. Is Sharma a girl or a boy? I don't know. It doesn't matter. But the dog died. And then she's like, but she wants to get a puppy in here. But let me train another one. We don't have to worry about a puppy soon. But she was talking about, it sounds like getting one in there with her, which just makes me so mad. Because she'll be happy. If she has her dog and everything, she'll be not that bad off then. Oh, thank you. Abellis. Is that how you say your name? Abellis, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Wow, thank you. I almost missed that. I'll read some chat for a little bit, then I'll go back to the rest of my screenshots. And Petty Mason. So Petty and Abellis, thank you for gifting. I'm trying to find them so I could put them up, highlight them, but they're up top, but I need to find them within the thing to highlight them, but I don't know how far up. How long ago were they? Well, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Oh, there they are. Abellis, there you go. Thank you, Abellis. And then Petty, yours is too. I don't know if I can be able to find yours. Yours is farther up. But thank you. My computer. Hey, Nazarene. Aw. Detective Rachel McRae. Are you a detective? Or what does that stand for? D-A-T. Bruce. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. So if Paul is really talking to his grandma on Adam's side, does that mean he's talking to the people that have G? That'd be kind of, because he should have a no contact too, right? They would both. So I don't know. Now that's making me wonder if that is at the grandma on the VanderArk side. If G's really with them. Which I remember hearing, but you know how you hear things, you don't know what's been, for sure coming from legit sources. But I remember hearing probably like a month maybe or 2 ago that G was with Adam's side. Not that that's when he was with, but that's when I heard it, I should say. Oh. You think? Reply Hazy? But wait, why? Okay, so why did she say it like that then? And then why did she almost said it like she was trying to like say something that she didn't want to say. You know what I'm saying? Because then she's like, oh, and my parents couldn't talk. And then Shauna goes, oh, why? Because around the little one? And she goes, no. And she didn't want to say what she meant. So why? Like if it was her friend's kid, why wouldn't she be allowed to say it? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Adam's parents. So what I'm saying, Kimberly, is I heard rumor was, and I don't know if not confirmed, but people have said just around the community that they thought that G was with Adam's family because he is Adam's kid. And then I don't know Kimberly, what you're talking about, but and then we're thinking the lady that somebody said the lady that Paul was talking to, maybe that could be his grandma on Adam's side, but that's not going to be confirmed either. I don't know. But I don't know. I haven't listened to all the calls, so maybe it'll reveal itself as I listen. Maybe we'll be able to find out because I have more Paul calls. I haven't been able to listen because I'm just keeping up enough to do the subtitles. You know what I'm saying? By the time I get done with the subtitles, I release it, and then it's a whole day later, and so I can't keep up. I don't have time to listen to them all first and then do it. So I don't know. There is more, so maybe we'll end up finding out who it is. So you don't think? Well, no, I'm talking about not her training dogs, her getting a dog in prison with her. Since it's a therapy dog, maybe they let him in prisons. I don't know, because she acted like, oh, I was trying to get Sharma in here. And then since Sharma died, she was talking about, oh, well, I'm going to look for a new puppy to train. Not to train for other people, to train for her. She's talking about for a therapy dog for her. So I don't know. Why would she think that if... I don't know. I hope not. That's going to make me mad because I think she would be content if she had a dog in there. And... Oh, thank you, Jeannie. I did it again. I always go Jeannie and then it's like, it's Jenny, right? I do this every time. This is what you need to do. Because then I miss your comment when you explain how you say it. Email me so I know next time. Is it Jenny or Jeannie? You're probably like, do you have dementia? Because I don't know, you've told me and I don't know why I cannot. It just never absorbed in my brain. How do you say it? I don't think I ever fully understood, like when everybody was explaining it, I don't think I fully got it. Yes, guilty, yes, that'd be awesome. Yay, Tennyson Parks! Dude, I lived on Tennyson in Colorado. That's funny. Tennyson Street. In Colorado, it was like Sloan's Lake was right there. Are you from Colorado? I know, just because your name's... I don't know, that's funny, though. That used to be my address. Invisible? What do you mean, Annalie? You realize how many people are in this chat? It takes a while. I mean, I would never... There's no way I'm going to be able to see every comment. When I see it, I say something. If you're talking about because I didn't see you yet... It's kind of unrealistic for me to be able to see everybody. I wish I could. I really do. That would be awesome if I could say hi to everybody. There's just too many to... But, I mean, I'm saying hi now, so... Annalie Howe, hi. I don't know if that's what you meant by your comment. Yeah, I probably won't be able to keep up. Like, that's what I was starting to say at the beginning of the live. So I have... a busy weekend and then the sentencing. I want to do this other case. So I don't know if I'll be able to do subtitles at all. But you guys, I want to show you guys because the subtitles are available for all my videos, even my lives. But the lives, they don't appear till after the live's over. But because there's a couple people who said that they can't get, the closed caption doesn't work on YouTube. It does. I've tried it on the videos that they said. And so the first video that I end up doing that I don't have time to do subtitles, I'm going to do an intro and show you exactly how to put the subtitles on YouTube because they are available. I tried them, even on the ones where people said they weren't, they are. And they're not too bad. I mean, they're definitely not as good as, manually putting them in. But if it means that I could like work on something else sometimes, that's important. If there's an update or something, it might be worth it because they catch a lot of it. Some of the stuff that they miss, you could be like, oh, that's supposed to be that. They got it wrong. They might not catch some of the stuff that I have to listen to like 4 or 5 times to get it. But is it worth like 5 hours per video? I mean, it probably takes me like 5 hours per video, per like 10-minute video to do subtitles. It's crazy. So it's just, it might not be worth it for everyone. I'll do it when I can, but sometimes I have a busy week coming up. I got appointments, so I might not. It's either, do you want to wait a week before you get another one or wait a few days, or do you want to get one every day and have a couple that don't have subtitles? But they will have subtitles because YouTube has automatic ones. Let me show you real quick. I could show you now, but I hope a lot of people skip through my intros. I know not everybody does, but it's probably going to be the people that are going to complain about the subtitles. Mine don't work, and then they miss my explanation on how to do it. I'll show you. It's really easy, guys. I just want to show you on a couple of the ones that people said they weren't available. They definitely are available. I'll just show you real quick, just to show. Very simple. Once you find out. And I'm not like saying you guys are stupid for not knowing, but I'm saying once you see, you'll be able to. A lot of you guys probably know, but some people, if you don't like click around YouTube, you might not know where everything's at. I'm always on YouTube, even when I do my recreationally watching or whatever, just my fun stuff. It's YouTube. I don't watch TV at all, so that's all I do. is even for like my comedies or whatever. I think it was, let's do Paul number 2. I'll show you. Let me just show you really quick so you guys can see. So all you do, oh, let's do an echo. I'll show you. Let me just show you really quick so you guys can see. So I'll just mute it because you don't need to. Okay. So all you do is you go to subtitles. See, they're off. So you go right here, the settings thing. Click on it, subtitles. Turn them on. And bam, they are on right here. This is one of the ones that people say they don't work. They do. They're not as good as mine, but they are on. So it's better than nothing. I'm just saying if there might be a few. I'm going to try to do as many as I can, but coming up, there might be a few. I'm not going to have time because it does take a long time. But you see. You guys see? So you just go right here and turn them on. Okay. I tell you though. Okay, so if I do like my editor has automatic ones because somebody said, oh, you could probably do it on editor. Yeah, they have automatic ones too, but they still suck. They still don't have that one on my editor is worse than YouTube. So I compared my editor automatic ones where you could just do the automatic ones. And they, like I said, this is what I do. I go to my editor and I do the automatic ones and then I have to edit them. So I'm like thinking maybe it actually might be quicker not to do it that way and just, I don't know, because then I have to edit and it takes long because they miss half the stuff. I have to edit half the stuff, but I think that's still the best way to do it. But I compared the automatic editor before I edit and the YouTube's, and YouTube's is actually better. So it's because I was like, should I just put in like the times I can't do it manually and like get them? Should I just put in my editor automatic ones? So I wanted to compare, and the YouTube ones are better than the automatic editor ones. So that's what I'm going to do when I can't. And I know they're small, but hopefully, wonder if you could make them bigger. Hold on, let me see. Options. You can. Look, guys. I didn't even know that. Okay, so, because these methods are kind of small. If you go into here, subtitles, options, there you go. Dang, you can make them big. You can make them a different style. You could make everything, dude. Opacity, look. Let's do... There we go. Dang. No excuse. I mean, I'm not saying... But if you guys... That's too small. So I hope people that aren't watching now, they watch my intro on the first one. I don't have them. Look at that. Let's do... Oh, let's go... Let's change font color. We could do green. I mean, you could just do whatever. This is pretty cool. I actually didn't know about the options until now. So it's even better. Oh, that's only on 50. So if you want them darker, there we go. I was wondering why they were kind of like light, but there you go. Just almost as big as mine. I don't even know. Maybe I shouldn't even do any more at all. Yeah, I mean, they do miss some stuff, but compared to the time it takes me missing a few words, it might be worth my time to work on other stuff. What do you guys think? I don't know, guys. It's pretty good. Yeah? Yeah, maybe I should try to do it that way. That might be quicker. Huh, I might have to try a different way because it's just, it almost seems like, you know, I'm like, I could be spending my time like researching other stuff when a few missed things might not be worth it. What do you guys think? Anyway, yeah, I'm impressed how you could change it like that. I'm pretty impressed. Yeah. All right. So yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking I might. Yeah, I think I might, you guys. You're right. I might because it's just I feel bad because I had like a lot of people like, no, we need them. But what they're saying is that they're thinking that there's not going to be any. Like, yeah, we need them. So if they just please watch the intro and they see how to do it, you know, when I do an intro before, that hopefully they watch it and they don't just be like, oh, there's no subtitles. And then the people that have hard hearing, because there's some people like, I don't hear very good, then they're going to miss out. So I just hope they watch the intro. Anyway, all right. But yeah. Yeah, I know. I just think I shouldn't do it. Because I mean, but think about it. If I have more time, I could be spending, because I'm spending like 10 hours a day on subtitles because I keep trying to get one ahead. So I at least I could release like 2 every day. So I wake up, eat my breakfast, work all day. I barely walk. I haven't been going on my walks. I'm not trying to like make, because I'm loving it. I'm loving like getting the like exact stuff for you guys. So don't feel bad. I'm not trying to make you guys feel bad for you, but I'm just trying to say like I might not be able to do it because I haven't been going on my walks. I haven't been. Zeke's always waiting because I stay up to like 3 or 4 editing them, and then I'll go to bed. But so yeah, it might be worth it so I can spend that time researching other stuff. Okay. Anyway, I know. I know, it's too much. All right, let me go through the rest of the stuff I wanted to. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me finish the screenshots that I wanted to talk about. Okay. So the dogs, and then yeah, so Fred was her lawyer. So when you hear him talk about Fred, that was the guy that we saw representing her. That's Fred. Which I think he was an excellent lawyer. He was really good. Even the judge. Remember what the judge said on her was it her sentencing? Yeah, I think it was the sentencing. Remember, he said, man, after the closing arguments, I almost started like believing. How did he word? Basically, almost like believing it. But then he had to, sat in his car. And you remember when he was saying it? Because her lawyer was really good. He really was. And the fact that, did you guys see his interview after? Because it could have fooled me. Like, I thought he believed her. I thought he was on her side, but he was just doing his gosh darn job. Afterwards, he said it was one of the hardest hardest in as far as like disturbing wise. Like, I forget the words he used, but it was the facts of the case were horrific. So he was just doing his freaking job. So you can't hate the defense lawyers. They are really just doing their job. It has to be hard, like the big cases, because people hate them. They associate them with the bad guy. That means they're okay with what that person did, but it's not. It's their job. And if they don't do a good enough job, then they can appeal. They have to represent them as best to their ability, because you don't want the appeal. You don't want them to have a reason to appeal, like ineffective counsel and stuff, So I think he did a good job. Yeah. But anyway, the reason I bring it up is because no, they were talking about his lawyer, but didn't she say something about his lawyer? I know Shanda, I'm reading a screenshot says, yeah, the chick at Fred's office was so freaking rude. I couldn't believe it, but that was a chick, the person that worked there. Oh, and then, okay, it says, she's talking about, I hate the no contact order. I hate it. It's because what happened to Timothy. Because her friend then asks, but there's no proof that you didn't abuse Gabriel. There's no proof of you abusing Gabriel, right? And she says, no, it's just because of what happened to Timothy. They want to take Gabe. She said, so it's nothing that I did wrong to Gabriel. That's kind of, backhanded away is admitting that she did something wrong to Timothy, right? She didn't do anything to G, but she's almost like saying she did something to Timothy, right? I mean, we know she did, but it's almost like, if you really read into what she's saying, no, I didn't do anything to him, but I did do something to Timothy, And And then she talks about how, oh, they took him to Disney World without her. Now, do you remember we were going through her, was it her posts? Yeah, I think it was her. Because remember we knew that there was a Disney World trip coming up. I don't remember where it was, and I was like, oh my God, wonder if she ended up going, because it was going to be right. It was going to be that summer, I think, that it happened. They were supposed to go, right? So yeah, so they ended up taking him without it. But because remember we were talking about, I wonder if she was gonna even take Timothy. Like, what were they gonna, if she's planning this trip to Disney World, what were they gonna do with Timothy? Because I think it was gonna be that same summer, is what it was planned for. I'm thinking it was really close to around that time. Okay, this is the best, guys. When she goes. Oh, I wish I would have put in like a little comment on this. When she talks about Abilify being an antihistamine, I just lost it. See, I used to work in a pharmacy for like 3 years. I was a pharmacy tech, and so I know a lot of the drugs and stuff. And so I don't know if you guys caught that, but Abilify is not an antihistamine. It's an antipsychotic. And she's like, so yeah, it's just antihistamine. So, they're giving it to me for sleep, but I haven't given me double. So they're giving me double and it knocks me out. I think this was in the same conversation where she was talking about how she knows everything. She's so smart. Oh my God. I don't know. I just thought that was funny. And her friend's reaction, her friend does something like, because I think her friend knows it's not an antihistamine. And she's like, I should play that part if I could find which part it is. Because she, like, when she says that, it's like her friend's like saying, like questioning her, like, like, I don't think so. She doesn't like say it, but she just makes that noise, like, Yes, my mom actually told me about that, Denny. This one, you talking about the one maybe like last year, maybe 5-6 months ago, maybe, right? I remember I just know what she told me about it. Actually, no. So after I moved to Colorado, I had my bachelor's in psychology. I wanted to go to graduate school, get my master's. I was ideally moved to Colorado thinking, okay, I was hoping to find a job in the field that would pay for graduate school. But anyway, I wasn't finding any jobs. It was hard because they all wanted experience. It's like, how do you get your entry-level position if every entry-level position wants experience? You just have to luck out, and I wasn't having any luck. I'm like, I need a more technical job. I'm like, I love to work in the pharmacy, So I applied to this place called King Sewer. It was a grocery store. It had a pharmacy. They call back, the person hiring. She calls back and she says, what were you looking for? Yeah, we might be hiring at this time or whatever. And I said, I don't know, I mentioned something about the pharmacy. I'm like, do you guys ever hire for the pharmacy, or how does that work? Because, I looked into pharmacy school. That program, it's like 2 years. It's so expensive. And since I already had my undergraduate loans, I couldn't get any loans. I'm not paying thousands of dollars. So I'm like, no. So I looked into it. I went to the whole, interview, and we tried to apply for loans, and it cost like thousands of dollars because I had no undergraduate loans left. So I'm like, no, thank you. So I asked this girl, hey, you hiring in the pharmacy? She's like, actually, we are going to be hiring soon. I'm like, well, what's the qualifications? I was like, do you need to go to like school for that? She's like, no. She's like, they train you. They'd rather you not. They train you. They give you 6 months to take your certification, and they pay for it. And you have 2 times to pass. I passed it on my first time, but if you fail, you get 1 more time. He said, in this pharmacy, they prefer you because they don't like to, you to get bad habits. So they prefer you to actually train with them and to do it that way. And she really liked me, hired me. Freaking, I had to take a typing thing, and you have to have so many. I'm a pretty good typer, so you had to have so many words per minute. And she just loved me, freaking hired me, and I studied myself. Just got. They supplied me with books. I just studied. I worked. I could only do limited jobs while I was uncertified. I could do everything but counting the pills. And then when I got certified, I could count the pills. And then, yeah, I took the test, passed, and I became a certified pharmacy technician. But yeah, so I loved it, but I lost it when I I know there's a lot of new people, but I am very transparent in my life and everything that has happened. And I got a charge of 4 felonies. Actually, this is an example where I was innocent. I took a deal. I had to plead guilty, which was the hardest thing in my life, to plead guilty to 4 felonies, knowing that you are completely innocent. It was very hard. But I went back and forth. Should I go to trial? This is crazy to sit up there and say guilty to something I did not do. It's a long story. I've explained it in past videos. But yeah, but I lost my job because of it. It sucked because I loved that job. But anyway, so yeah, that's the story in a nutshell. It's a very quick story, but, and I've screwed up a lot in life, recovering drug addict, not ashamed, but that actually was a bunch of crap. You know what I'm saying? Like everything I've done, if I would have done it, I would own it, but I didn't. And it just lost a best friend. And anyway, but yeah, so, let me see what else. Okay, so then, oh yeah, so this is that thing I was talking about earlier about how Paul talks about Shanda and the money. So he says, because I feel like that's one of the main reasons she had me come up here, because I was financial support. He tells a whole different story in that interrogation room, doesn't he? Oh, Shonda's great. Oh, Shanda lets me keep my money. Nothing like my dad. Oh, she lets me keep my money, and if she does borrow, she pays me right back. I love it. My dad was nothing like that. He made me give him half my paycheck. Telling a whole different story now, isn't he? Jerk. So, wait, I don't know. Yeah, then just how ironic. He's complaining, oh, the food's terrible. It's almost always freezing. The showers aren't on for very long, 15 minutes. And talking about the water being hard. Karma sucks, Paul. Karma freaking sucks. Hey, Shorty. All right, I'm going to chat a little bit now in chat, and then I don't even know what to say. Most of the stuff I've been talking about in comments with you guys all, it's just like, yeah, it's very, very ironic how they are complaining about the very thing that they put Timothy through. And theirs isn't even that bad. They have freedom where they get to sleep when they want. They could eat 3 meals a day. They freaking they do get warm showers. It's just short. They don't have to be in ice baths. I mean, how are they not seeing what they hit Timothy through? Like, it's just, ew, it's so gross. Oh, good for you. How long have you been? I'm going on over 7 years of being clean. Good job though. Any amount of time is like a freaking not a celebration. What is the word for it? Something to be proud of, because it's hard. I know. Addiction is hard. Oh, actually 16 months. Oh, that's true, Eagles fly. Yeah, that's true. Like his dad, yeah, I mean, that's true. It's just like, hey, yeah. Whose? I have some of Shanda's. What do you mean, reply Hazy? I have, you talking about after the trial? If you're talking about Shanda's after the trial, because I mean, I guess that would be technically prison would be after. I don't know. We're waiting to see, seeing if they okay it. So, and then it takes a minute to get them and stuff. So I don't know. Hopefully, but I don't know. Did she have anybody to call? She might not even have freaking called anybody. I don't know anybody who would want to talk to her after that trial. I'm not sure if she was using the phone much, or if anybody even answered, you know? But yeah, I'm trying. But I do have, I think I have a couple more parts I'm going to put up. I have more Pauls because they were both in the same place. So I got the calls and Paul was in there. He's still in there until Monday. So he was in there much longer. That's why I have more Pauls. But I'll probably have 2 more parts of Shanda's to release. But I don't know if that's what you're asking. Yes. Here, let me see exactly. Hold on. I'm working on that subtitles where I was talking about the pepper. Let me actually quote exactly what she said. Hold on. Give me 1 second. It's in the one coming up, but I wanted to tell you guys. It's like, how crazy that it's like the same stuff. How doesn't she see? 1 second. Okay. So, where is it? It's about pepper. Like pepper, like you eat. It's not anything compared to. I think it's on this one. Because she's ordering her commissary and you could hear her talking to her roommate. And she says something about pepper that I thought was very, really ironic. Where is it? Commissary. Just give me 1 minute, guys. I'm finding it so I could quote it exactly. Huh. Is it on the second call, maybe? Where is it? Must be going over it. Oh, here we go. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading too much into this, but she says, she's talking to her cellmate, it sounds like, and she says, once you put a lot of pepper on stuff, you ain't telling me you want more pepper for a while. Why? Because your mouth is too hot? Because it's too hot? Are you serious? Oh, thanks, Lori. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so she's something else, dude. So this next one with hers, I'll probably have subtitles because I already almost finished these ones. But that'll probably be the last one, at least for a minute, because I want to get caught up on some other stuff. Now that I see that you can make those freaking YouTube ones nice and big, you can make fonts, you can do however you want. I just hope the people that have trouble hearing see how to do them so they can still watch them and listen, you know? All right, so. Oh my God, can we? Oh my God, that would be so freaking funny. I want to. Oh, Marsha, yay! You guys, wait till you see the people that I'm in the process of getting, or the person next that I'm working on getting the phone calls of. I'm not going to say yet because I don't know. They haven't okayed it yet. It might even be better. Like, I'm so anxious because this person is so. It's going to be very interesting. I don't want to say better because I mean, this case, I was very invested in this case. I was so anxious to get the phone calls. But the next ones will be good too. But like I said, I'm not going to say until I know for sure I'm going to be able to get them. But yeah, I'm really anxious to see. It could be very interesting. Anyway. No, not Chris. Chris's is the thing with him is I thought about getting his. There's been things over the years people have released his, and I've heard some of his phone calls, and I just think his is gonna actually. He's such a liar, and I think he's just gonna be boring. It's gonna say the same crap. I don't even think we'll get much out of him. I don't even think he's so caught up in all these different lies and people. Oh, it's this person or that or this person said this or like just him like going along with what people are trying to like push these different narratives. I don't even know if he knows if he remembers what the freaking truth is. That guy makes me so mad. Like the how many times he's changed his crap. Like, I can't, it's almost pointless to even hear. I feel like the more he talks, the less we get away from the truth. I feel like we get farther away from the truth the more he talks. So I don't even know if I thought about it. I'm not sure if that, I guess I could try, but I don't even know if that, I feel like it'll be boring and annoying. Oh, yay, Fritz, new sub. Not that all these other people don't make me sick. I mean, Shanda, Paul, like, ugh. But what I'm saying with Chris Watts we're talking about, I think it'll be boring because he's like, not that case was not boring. I mean, I was so invested in that case. But now just hearing, I mean, people have released phone calls with him already, some here and there. And it's just like, he says the same thing. And then he does change the story, but it's almost like, it depends on who he's talking to. So it's like, I feel like the more we hear from him, the more we're going to get farther away from what happened. I don't know. I can't explain it, what I'm talking about, but I don't even know if it, maybe. I mean, I'll see, I guess. I don't know if that would be, I don't know why I feel like I would be disappointed, but maybe not. Maybe it might be all right. I do want to be kind of selective because they're expensive. So, I want to make sure I, get ones that'll be good, that will definitely be able to get some good information out of that. But I just don't know why I feel like Chris's is going to be like boring. But like it won't give us an Gypsy Rose. Yeah, dude. Gypsy Rose. I'm, here when I first started, I started my channel like right after that case happened. And I mean, maybe a couple years after, I guess, but it was like people were like still kind of talking about it. And it was one that at the time I was just, I never got into it that much, but now after like seeing interviews and then going back through things that people are posting, it's got me interested in it now. So I don't know. It's like, wow, I've never talked about that. And like when I started my channel, a lot of people it was like the hype, people were talking about it. And it's like, I can't believe I've never done a video on that case. It's very interesting. Now being able to go back, seeing the body cam, the interviews, just different things like her cellmate. Did you see those? She did a couple, was it videos or phone calls or whatever? It's very interesting. We might have to talk about that. It's definitely, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. Coffee. Okay. How? Better or worse? I don't even know. How did it change? What trial, Simka? So she took a deal. So there was no trial for her, right? She just pled guilty, took that deal. His trial, I don't know. I didn't watch all his trial. I watched a part where people play clips where she kind of testified, tried to actually help his case. I mean, I think It seemed like she was a witness for the defense. So I think she tried to help, she was trying to help his case. She was actually, she took blame. She took the blame in his trial saying, no, it was my idea. I told him to do it. But, he got life. But, who were you, is that who you were talking about? Simca? You talking about Goldie John? Like the, I hope I said it wrong or right. Her ex-boyfriend, the guy that actually did it, because she didn't have a trial because she pled guilty and took that deal. But, no, I don't want to say because I haven't got okayed yet, so I don't want to get like everybody's hopes up and then they get denied. So you know what I'm saying? That's why I don't want to tell you who yet, because I don't want to get. When I get, I'll tell you when I get the okay, like when I know that I'm getting them, because I don't want to get people's hopes up and then for some reason they deny me. I don't know. I don't like doing that. I guess I shouldn't even have said anything. I'm sorry. I get so excited. It's like I've been wanting to, like when I got like the possibility where it looks like it's going to be good, but I just was like, God, I don't tell people because I get like excited because I love true crime. These cases are like my life. Like with psychology, that's why I know you guys might think I'm crazy, but criminal psychology is, well, I guess no, I don't think you would think I was crazy for that. Criminal psychology was my interest when I originally made up my mind in grade school. That's when I decided psychology. Never wavered, always knew that's what I'm going to school for. That's what I want to be. And obviously I didn't do anything with it, but I did go to school for it, got my degree. And I never wavered in that. And that was like, I say grade school, like 7th and 8th grade is my grade. We had the same, we had like grade school was the same from like kindergarten to 8th grade, and then high school is after that. But I know I know a lot of people call it different. I call it grade school because that's how we did it. But, so yeah, and it was criminal. It was criminal, serial killers. I was like, I wanted to freaking know why. I wanted to understand them. Like it didn't make sense to me. Like it did, but it didn't. And I wanted to be like, I thought, when you're younger and you think like, oh, you could do anything and you could help anybody. Like I really, little naive me back then, but oh well, I thought like I could be a criminal psychologist and that I could help these serial killers and even like just murderers or people that, had a hard, rough life and that, had killed people, because I guess I always had this thing for true crime, and I thought that I could help them and like I could figure it out and I could find some good in them and like and make them feel loved. And I know it's weird, like I just felt like I could find good in them and I could make them change. I mean, I know. Then I learned about psychopaths, and you can't necessarily change people, but I always had that find the good in everybody mentality type thing. But like, and even in like killers and serial killers and stuff, so I'll be able to find the good in them, and I could be able to make them change and make them realize. But so I always had that thing and not that I would ever. I'm not the type that I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna write it. I'm gonna get married. Like, no, I don't have like that kind of desire, but in the mind, like I feel like I want to know, and I feel like I could get inside their head and like figure them out, like to figure them out in a way, you know what I'm saying, and be like, no, you're all right, this is what's going on. I'm young, I was young thinking of that, but that's what my interest was. And then I learned more about psychology and the criminal mind, and I realized, yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to change too many people, but I still am interested in it. Anyway. But my point is these, just like being able to hear and learn about like cases that invested in is like, I was so anxious to get these calls, like excited and like, well, you guys preaching to the choir here. These are all the people that are interested just like me. Yeah, it's like so exciting. So that's why I'm so excited about this next case too. Well, the next round of calls that I might be getting for another case, but oh. Anyway, Thank you, Kim. Yay! Oh, look at your cute little glasses. Those are cool glasses you got. Wait, what? Eagles fly? What do you mean, eagles fly? Yes, 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 exactly like that. That's a perfect example of what I thought. Like how I thought, like what I wanted to be like. Yes, exactly. But it actually, my first urge, it was before I saw that movie. So it was like, but that's a perfect example of what it was, but in my head, but it wasn't because I watched the movie, but that's how I wanted to be when I was younger. I was like, I wanted to be the Clarice Sterling. But then I saw the movie and it was like, yes, I mean, I love that movie, but yes, exactly. Thank you. That's a perfect way to describe it. Because the way I was saying it probably sounded creepy or whatever. Because it wasn't anything like, it's not anything like some of these people where they have like that, where they have like a interest in a different way. Mine is more the mind, like I want to know, like I want to learn. You know what I'm saying? Yes. I know, Janelle, let's do it. But here's the thing. Do they have that we could send? I got to look into it because so you're limited on like whatever the website offers, right? I'm learning a little bit as far as so secure is. I'm trying to think how, because there has to be there must be just like a certain, I mean, you can't just send them anything, right? It has to be on the site, right? They have to have hot sauce because people in prison like hot sauce, right? Dude, we'll do both. Him and Shanda. I would like to. When is it, Jeannie? You talking about Chad? You're talking about Dorman, right? When is his trial? Oh, but wait, what about the care package, Miss Bridge? Because that person said they sent him a care package. And then, like, his wish list where they were. I think you could send him stuff. Because remember, and then somebody said, they asked him, and he said it has to be on the site. So I think you can. But it has to be on their site. Yeah, that's true because hot sauce could probably be like a weapon. I mean, as far as like, think about it. They could put it, you know what I'm saying? That could be, I mean, look, so I don't know. Not a weapon in that sense, but you know what I'm saying? You could burn somebody's eyes. You could, yeah, you might be right. I'm not sure though. We'll look. I'll try to figure it out. Whatever that site is, I'll try to see. Even if they have like maybe a mild form of hot sauce, we might have, obviously they're going to have something that intense, but maybe they have some kind of hot sauce, maybe a more mild. It would just be the message. You know what I'm saying? Bread and hot sauce. Get the message, Paul. See if you like it. Yeah, I said the same thing, Mr. M. Great minds think alike. Hey, Jeremiah, what's up? Yeah, I was thinking they probably do have something, like a mild version. Wait a minute. Are you sure? She had mayonnaise, mustard. Why don't I remember a hot sauce? Man, it might be because I was like, those first few videos that I did subtitles, I was up for, I think, like 2.5, 3 days. I was up because I had got them like 3 or 4 days before I released the first one, and I was trying to get ahead on it. And so those were one of the first ones the first round I did when I hadn't slept. I was just like so kind of like, whew. So I wonder if I didn't realize some of the stuff. Because I don't remember a hot sauce on our commissary list. Because that would have been something I would have made a point tonight to talk about that. Are you serious? Did I miss that? I mean, obviously, I didn't miss it as far as putting it on there, but did it not absorb in my head that it was a hot sauce? Yeah, I don't think though, because I do remember. I remember Cheetos. I remember cherry drink, mayonnaise, tartar sauce, salt, mustard, ramen noodle. I do remember. I guess I remember a lot, but I don't remember hot sauce. Chicken nuggets, chicken cutlets, cappuccino. But yeah, she had some chips like Cheetos and she had jalapeno poppers. Is that what you mean? Those jalapeno poppers, they're like the chip type things, or like the, chips or whatever. And then she had the jalapeno Cheetos. Jalapeno poppers that were Cheetos, and then the jalapeno poppers that were they're like kind of the Cheeto type fluffy ones or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know. Paul, so far, like I said, I haven't listened to all his stuff, but so far there's no commissary on Paul's. And I don't know why, because there's a lot of commissary that they sent with Shanda's, but nothing so far on Paul's, which is weird because we know Paul's getting commissary. So why didn't his get sent with, you know what I'm saying? Why did hers come with it, but his didn't? I don't know. I know. It was. Here's the thing. Here, let me do another poll, too. What do you guys think do you think that Trish and Nolan, I guess his dad, too, but his dad seemed like he wasn't even really listening to him. But let's say, and I know Trish was being more distant, but I think Trish was actually listening. She just was, you could tell, I think Trish was mad. I think she's disgusted. That's the way I got it. She knows, like, how this is horrible what you did, and you're talking to me like, and she's probably having trouble, being like loving towards them, knowing what he did. Okay. And then the dad is just kind of distant, like almost like not even like flaky in a way. And Randall was the nicest one, was the most like that cared about him the most, it seemed like. And freaking what he should have been caring about, like the guy's like, I don't know if your lawyer is like, I'm a little worried. Like Paul didn't even say anything about it. All he cares about is gosh darn commissary instead of he should have been really concerned about whoever's representing him. But yeah, as far as, what was I going to say? Hold on, I just got off track what I was originally going to Oh, hold on, Paul. Dang it, I forget what I was going to say with that. Oh, that's what I was going to say, I remember. Do you think, this is what I'm thinking when I'm listening to this, when they say stuff like that, I'm wondering, are they like thinking like when he talks about food or being cold, do you think they're thinking like, oh my God, like, look what you did to Timothy, you freaking starved him. Are they thinking that at all? I just always wonder that. I understand why they're not saying it. I'm not saying that. I don't know how I would react. I probably would like yell at if it was my family member. I think I would say something, but not everybody's different. So I'm not saying that necessarily that it's weird that they're not saying anything, but I'm wondering if they're thinking that. Do you think? Like, is Nolan thinking like, oh my God, you starved Timothy when you're complaining about food? Is Trish thinking that? I don't think Shanda's friend is, but that was before the trial, so I don't know if she realizes the depths of what happened at that point. But we know that those times that he was talking to the grandma and he was talking to Nolan was after the trial. Is he thinking that? He is a good brother, Ramble. He does seem like a good brother. But do you think he's like, that thought goes into his mind at all or not? Do you think it's just like not even thinking that either? I always wonder, like, if he's like, oh my God, like, I keep waiting to, not that I'm saying that it's messed up that he doesn't say, but I just, I keep waiting for him to be like, why are you complaining? You freaking starved Timothy or like something, but it's like nothing ever is said, but it's just like, wonder if he is wanting to say it. I don't know. Yeah. I'm trying to think what to do for a poll. Let me see what the other poll is. Okay. So the other poll is 54 yes, think that he's autistic, and 46 no. Okay. And we had 486 votes. So let's do one more poll. What do you guys want me to ask? I don't know. Marsha. Laura. Oh my God. Hey, literal. Oh my God. If we can, it would be, yeah. Okay, Tracy. Yeah. No, I didn't, but people were talking about that. I have not seen that. Not yet, Denny. And I did try to like listen to each, like I said, I tried to like go through them all just to see who we talked to, but I think there are some I'm not sure though still, because my editor, I have so much crap in it on it because I have them all lined up, and then as I do a video I release it, and there's so much crap that it keeps getting like overloaded. So sometimes when I'm going through just to hear who he all calls, just so I have an idea, it'll like get all caught up and it doesn't play. So I think there's still some that I don't know for sure, but so far what I've been able to kind of just listen to a little bit to see, no, but I don't think, but I'm not 100% sure, but I wouldn't think anyway, just from everything. Inability to get a hold of her brother, and her friends said send him a letter. You should be able to do that, but Shanda would have to pay. Yeah, I know. And Shonda's like, so you caught that too, what she was hinting around to, right? So she's like, oh, but I would need a stamped envelope. And then she's like, and her friend's like, okay, yeah, do it. And she's like, oh, but that would be through commissary. And her friend's like, okay, yeah. I mean, you know what she was hinting to. She's trying to get her friend to buy it for her, freaking piece of crap. Oh, and then how many of you guys think that when Paul wanted to talk to Trish and Paul's dad said, oh no, she's on the phone, how many of you think that was a lie and Trish just didn't want to talk to him? Because I've read comments and I was thinking the exact same thing. Like the first time I heard it, I'm like, she totally doesn't want to talk to him. And then I read comments and a lot of people think the same thing. How many think that? I think, yeah, I don't think she wanted to talk to him. Oh, I forgot I still have some coffee. I don't know, Patty. We'll see. We're trying to get those. I'm trying to get the ones after the sentence. But Patty, like I was saying earlier, I'm afraid that they were able to get her on the private list. So even if she is still calling her, we won't be able to get them. Because that's what they were trying to use her. They were trying to get okayed, which I think they probably were going to be able to get okayed because she had her, her licensed lawyer and stuff. So I do think she would probably get okayed for that. I'm guessing. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but say what, gaming? What, I forget what is that response to? No, I think they would say it. Oh, you mean you're saying that question where I said, if they're thinking, well, you starved him. Timothy, that kind of a thing, you think they would say? Been through so many traumatic things they don't talk about, obviously, more. But yeah, I mean, I do got to remember that. I know. I mean, I do got to keep that in mind. And that's why I do have to keep reminding myself of what Paul probably grew up with. I mean, foster home, back to his family. And then it was so bad, whatever Shanda did. And I don't know. I mean, he said, you heard him say that. He said when he was talking to Randall, and he says when and I wish I knew who Randall was, but I almost think Randall is somebody that's legally in a way that was trying to help him. I don't know, because he's talking about like you've heard him talk about how he's talking to the judge and the prosecutors, right? And how he talks to them. So I wonder if it's somebody he got connected with through legally his lawyer, or no, not his lawyer. He doesn't like his lawyer. He said his lawyer is maybe not doing a good job. I don't know. But he did say he talked to the judge and the prosecutor, which throws me off really a lot because I don't know who he is. But anyway, he said that when Shanda and his mom got a divorce, he was in foster care. Which makes sense now if you think about it. Remember going through those custody papers? So they were in foster care, right? And then they get a divorce. Then he gets the custody. But before that, they were with him. And then they weren't, I think twice they were in and out, right? So, I mean, think about this life. Like, little they're with him, then they get out, lose custody. I mean, so obviously the home life is bad. The family's losing custody. I'm pretty sure it's 2 different times, right? Yeah, because think about the posts. Maybe not. Because remember Shonda's post. I'm trying to go by Shonda's post when she's on Facebook and she's talking about, oh my God, we get to visit them. Or we got to visit Timothy. We don't know where he's at. And then, we found him. We're able to call him. They were all in separate places. But then, the reason I think it's happened twice is because remember Millie talks about her getting taken away of custody with Timothy. So that had to be a different time. So I'm just saying their life had to be crazy. That's what I'm saying. So you do have to keep that in mind. It's not an excuse, but just keep that in mind when you're listening to this. And I know it's not an excuse. I'm not trying to say it because I'm listening to Paul and it's making me very angry. But he probably did have not an excuse, but he probably did have a really crazy childhood. So I don't know. That's why sometimes I get a little bit confused on how to feel about it because I feel like I don't want to use the word hate, but like it's just like but then it's just like I feel torn sometimes because I can't even imagine being brought up like that. So all right. Hey Simca, all good night. Oh, go to 13. If you go to channel 13, it's tricky, okay? I had trouble too. So what you have to do, it's not all set up perfectly, but you could end up watching it all. You just have to, sometimes I think there might be a couple things that if you go in between Core TV and 13, you'll be able to see it all, Alicia. But it's not set up all perfect. You have to kind of go here and here. It sucks. I know. I don't know why they did it like that. But you'll be able to watch all of it if you kind of like go to both of them. You'll be able to, it's all there. But it's a little tricky. But do you have channel 13? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say 13? Because that'll have like the main few days where I'll have like the whole day. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm afraid of. That's where I'm trying to figure out what I think is like appropriate sentence because I don't know. I would be afraid if he ever got married and had kids. Like I wouldn't trust him. Like I would think that there's a good chance he might repeat that cycle with his kids if he would ever have a family. Like I wouldn't be so sure that he wouldn't, and then he's gonna damage a whole nother generation. Um, yeah, so I know it's tough. That's why it's like, oh, I don't I don't think he should get life. I wouldn't say, but then I'm like, gosh, people that murder people they get life. He was what 19? Was he 19 when it happened? I mean, regardless, he was an adult. Most people, they're an adult and they kill somebody. Well, there's a lot of people that aren't adults get tried as adults get life. I mean, should we really be? I don't know, but why? But why is it with this one? Are we like, maybe he shouldn't get life? But Aiden Fucci, did we ever doubt he should get life? He was what 15 when he, or how old was he? He was. I mean, he was younger than 18 when he did it. Who else? I mean, I know it's a little bit different in a way because well, it's almost worse though. Think about it. It's almost worse what they did because that is torture. That's 6 months at least with, and I'm just saying at least with somebody that just kills somebody straight off. It's just real quick. This is 6 months of freaking torture that Timothy had to go through. It's almost worse that way. That means that they woke up every day over and over and did it. The same thing over and over. Instead of somebody doing it one time. That, and in a way, that could even, I feel like that's worse. Yeah, Ethan Crumbly. But I mean, with that being said, do you guys think though? Here's the thing. Do you think though the intention was to kill? You know what I'm saying? So I guess that's the difference. I don't know if he intentionally was like the end goal is he wanted him to die. But I think the only reason he didn't want him to die is so he didn't get in trouble and so that they could keep freaking having somebody to torture. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't even know if it's any better. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could go through that whole thought process and you go back and forth. It keeps taking you back. You know, you could be like, okay, but this, but then you're like, wait, but that. And then, okay, well, what about it? And it's just, I keep going. I guess you just keep going back and forth, but it keeps going to that. Yes. That judge was great. Mm-hmm. I know. And it's like, here's the thing though. If you do that thought process, you're like, oh, but then it's like, that's worse. That's worse, though, almost to keep somebody alive and torture them so they have to go through pain every day, every day. That could even be worse if you really look at it. That is actually worse for the person. I'm sorry. Like, to go through like a couple minutes of like craziness or an hour of craziness or whatever compared to 6 months of craziness, or if they would have tried to keep him alive for years. I mean, that's worse. Like Timothy probably rather was like, God, I just wanted to, I mean, he probably would rather have been dead. I mean, I hate to say it, but he was probably hurting so much physically, being humiliated by them. It was just he probably just, can you imagine what, like, how that felt, like, physically? I don't even know. I can't even. it sucks because it's like, I wish we could talk to him. I know that's weird to say, but it's like I want to talk to him and talk. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah. I know. He told a whole different story. That's why I think there's so many reasons that I think that there's manipulation, that he's just so fake. That's one of them right there. Whoever he's talking to, he wants to go with, you know what I'm saying? First of all, it made more sense to say good things about her. And now, oh wait, that's not going to work out. I'm going to need to throw her under the bus so I can get away with it. Yeah, it's all a bunch of crap. Yeah, he did, Jay. That's what we've been talking about. Yeah. He cut a deal, but the judge said that he didn't have to go under the parameters. So he's like, Paul, basically he's like, are you sure? Because I don't have to go by the recommendations, but I'll take them into consideration. But I got to look over some stuff. And then, like I said, he wanted a psych eval, the judge. That's why he pushed it off for another month, because he wanted to get that psych evaluation. He has a tough decision to make. I would not want to be in his place right now. I wouldn't. No, thank you. That's a hard decision to make. I'm sorry, it is. Oh, thanks, gaming. Light meals. Yeah, I know. Oh, they said give her a hand for you, Ashley. Somebody, who is that? Wait, I just lost it. Yeah, she did say that. You're right. Wow, you think so, Fritz? I don't know. Oh, thanks, Melissa. Wait, yes on the hot sauce that we could order it? Gaming? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I forgot about the salt water. Man. I don't know. I'm trying to see if that's what she was saying yes to. Dude, we should all, everybody order. Well, I think we should do it to Shanda, too. Oh, wait, we'd have to, okay, so Shanda, we'd have to get a different, I had a nail. Dude, every time, when I just, touch my face, I get a huge red mark. Oh, you sent me email. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Dude. Okay, let me find your thing. Wow, you sent me a lot of emails. Which one is it? Wait, which? Hold on. I'm just looking at, because you sent me a bunch of emails here. Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to find the one that you're. Wait, is that, hold on, guys. Just give me 1 minute. Don't leave. I'm trying to download everything you sent me, but why do I feel like he is living it up? Like everybody's sending him stuff, though. Was that his that said that he's already full for the month? That's not fair. I bet you people that are feeling bad for him is he's getting them all this commissary over and over. After, okay, let's see. Hold on, I'm trying to find your circled one real quick. You sent me like a, where's the circle one? Because I'll go through the other stuff later, but. Oh, okay. Squeeze hot sauce. But so wait, we could actually send an order. Yeah, so that's what, so yeah, we could send them. Okay, yeah, there's this like little hot sauce package you could do. Okay. Like I found it. But is that one that you sent me, does that mean his was full for the month? Is that what you sent? Because the one that said it full for the month, what was that game in his Luthien? You tried to actually see his and it was full? Is that what that was? Because that sucks, because I wonder if we're even going to be able to get one in. If everybody's sending him crap, we might not even be able to do it. Because no, I'm not. I'm talking about the one where it says it's full. Why did you send me that? What was that all about? Who is that for? Here, I'll read what you. It was just like a weird one. I was like, wait, why are you sending me this? It says, inmate blah 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 has already reached the quarterly limit. Who is that his? And my whole thing is that's gonna suck because he's probably always reaching his freaking limit. We might not be able to do it, is what I'm trying to ask. Well, who's the limit? Who reached the limit is what I'm trying to ask. Yeah, we're talking about it, Gildia Crumb. But I don't think, you know how we were trying to like, let's all do it, but I don't think I think they're only allowed so much a month, so I don't think we're all gonna be able to do it. I'm wondering if even one of us is, because I'm thinking people are feeling bad for him and him sending him crap is what I'm thinking. And now I'm starting to get like very, like this isn't, no, he's, ugh. I mean, I guess it's not. I mean, we don't have to. It was just like kind of like, it would be like another one of those small little justices for Timothy, you know? Just to just to send a message like, remember what you did, Paul. Remember what you did. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Paul's gonna be, yeah, he's gonna be moving. So, but you know what but I'm sure the prison's gonna have hot sauce too. So, but how much? Okay, so how much can the care package have in it? They can only have one per 3 months. That's okay. That's so his. We can't even send it because it says his is full. But how much can he have? But what if somebody only just sends one thing in a care package? How do they determine that? You see what I'm saying? That makes no sense, though. Is the care package? Yeah. Yeah, it's too late. We're not going to be able to do it before he's moved, guys. Yeah. Oh, well. It was a fun thought for a minute. Yeah, he's allowed 125 per inmate per quarter, which a quarter is every 3 months for these care packages. That's what it looks like. Oh, well. It's not a big deal anyway. What is making me mad, though, is I do feel like people are sending him stuff where he's living it up in there. After the trial, I feel like people started feeling bad. Well, no, we're getting some phone calls after the trial. Never mind. He's still struggling. That's right. Well, yeah, we have to wait anywhere gaming after the sentence because he's not even gonna be there. So it's not a big deal. But thanks anyway. All right, guys, I might end it because I have to get up early and get some stuff for that party. The surprise party's tomorrow. I'm whispering. My mom's already asleep. But there's a few things I have to go to the store and still get. So do a poll. What will Paul get? Yeah, but I'll have to Oh, thanks, Kimberly. Yeah, that's true. Because he is a bull. I mean, we heard that he was a bully. By multiple people in those statements. So yeah, I see. I gotta keep remembering too what stuff that was in there. There's so much that I've been through. Sometimes I forget some of the stuff, or like when I'm going through these calls, I'm like, I'm trying to remember everything. But sometimes I forget little details. But yeah, I might go back through some of those statements to be reminded what people, like the ones that they said about Paul, because they're very interesting, you know, people that got to see back then. And yeah, so I don't know, guys. I don't know what I would sentence him to. I don't know. That's tough. Okay, let me do a poll on that. I don't even know what I would like. I'm probably not going to know what I would even vote on this poll for my own, because I still am not. I don't think life. Okay, I'm not going to say that I think life. I know, and then when I say that, it's like, well, wait a minute, oh, it's tough. He's what? So he's 22, right? Now? Or no. His birthday's April. Is he 21 or 20? Hold on a second. Either 21 or 22. He might be 21 turning 22 in April, right? Hold on. '21, yeah. So he'll be 22 this April. So 22. So if we give him, no, he's 21 turning 22, Aaron. I just looked on his records in his jail records. Okay, so what I'm saying is like, so you guys think 20 years is too little for him? I think if he gets 20 years, he'll be shocked. He'll probably freaking pass out. Like, because I think he's expecting like a year, 5 years. I don't think he's expecting 20. And I think there's a possibility he might get more than 20. You know what I'm saying? He could get 40 or 60. I'm going to guess that the judge is going to sentence him. I wish I knew the recommendations. Gaming and sleuthing, you never answered. What did the prosecutor recommend? You said 5 to 60, but that's a very big span of. Are you sure that was the recommendations? Was that wide? Because he's 20, 21. Okay, I'm guessing. My mom is up. I hope she didn't hear me. She's messing with the alarm. No, she wouldn't be able to hear me up here. So I'm guessing 25 years. That's what I think. 25 to 30 years is the range that I think he'll get. Not saying what I would give, but that's what I'm going to guess that the judge will give him. 25 to 30. That's my guess. What's your guys' guess? I'm going to do a poll, but what do you guys think? I'm going to do a poll on what you want. Like what would you want, right? Or what? Should I do a poll what you think, or what you think the judge is going to do, or what you want him to do? But put in the thing how long you think he'll get. Like realistically what you think the judge will give him. My guess is 25 to 30 is what the judge, in between that range. What do you guys think? But I think Paul's going to be shocked. I think Paul's expecting way little. You think 15? Okay, 20 to 40. Do you think it'll be that big of a span, though, gaming and sleuthing? Can you narrow it down a little bit? 30 or 40 or 20 or 30? At least narrow it down to 10 years. I'd like to see it in the 5-year range, but if you want for a guess, even Becky Boo is going out and giving an exact year. I keep debating because here I keep going between like, why I'm going 25 to 30 because I keep thinking 20, then I'm like 20 is a little bit too little, and I'm like 30, I'm like 30 is probably the max he'll give for some reason. I don't know why, because they're going to have some sympathy and they're going to, you know, the jury obviously believed his testimony. It sounded like, from what the prosecution said, that the jury is sympathizing in a way where it sounds like they believed what he said. They didn't think he was lying, and like that they, you know what I'm saying, that they've had some kind of, that they went along with the recommendations, right? That they said, yeah, this, because isn't that what they were saying? The prosecution talked to the jury to make sure that, that's what I got from it. I know they didn't say exactly what the jury said, but that's kind of what I was getting from it. So with that being said, the judge is going to get all that. I wish we had the psych evaluation, because that'd be very telling, and that's what the judge is waiting for. So he's definitely going to put a lot of weight on that. Well, at least some weight on it. So yeah, I'm thinking, because I was thinking, like, I don't know, 40 I think is, I don't think he's going to go that high because of everything. So I just think it's safe. 25 and 30 I think is a good guess. Well, I could be totally off. He could do like 10 or 5. I'd be surprised. I don't think he'll go that low. I really don't. And the reason I'm thinking that 15 is a little bit, I'm thinking he's going to feel like it's not enough justice, and it's not. That's why I don't know. I think he's going to do more than, I almost think the judge is going to think 20 is a little bit too low for the price of what he did. That's why I'm thinking 25, 30 is I think where he's going to go. I don't know. I'm very like proud of that guess. I don't know why. I feel like that has the thought process. But that's just the way my thought process. You guys, like, he could be thinking totally different. So yeah. So a lot of people are saying are kind of around that though. We got 15 is the lowest, it looks like. What is the high? No, 7 to 14. Okay. Maybe. I'll do that poll. The reason I wanted to ask, and you guys just put it in, because I'm only going to be able to put so many options in the poll. They only give you, I think, 4 options. So I just wanted to keep it, be able to have you guys say exactly what you thought. That's why I asked it like that. But I could still do a poll, but yeah, but we are getting a good idea, you guys. It's good. My problem is we're going to be limited on the poll. We're only going to have 4 options. I wanted it to have more options, or I'm gonna have to put big ranges in, and I like actually looking at it like this, because we're getting exact amounts. Well, okay, so 20 plus. I know, so I'm thinking more than 20, because I'm thinking 20 he's gonna feel a little bit too low. 40 is probably he's gonna feel a little bit too much. I just think 25, 30 is gonna be the price. Do under 10 to 20, 20 to 30. Yeah, okay. Okay, hold on. Wait, well, how did you say it? So 10? Do under 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, or 30. Okay, yeah, that'll be a good one. How many years? But here's the question, is how many years do you guys want him to get, or how many years do you think the judge is going to give? Right now, I asked you what you think the judge is going to give. So that's what everybody's answering. That's what I'm answering. To ask me how long I think he deserves, I can't even answer. I go back and forth. It's too hard of a question. So I'm just going to do the judge, because I'm sure you guys probably have the same issue where it's too hard. That one's just too much. That's why I do not want to be the judge on this one. How many years do you think the judge will give him? How many years do you think he'll get? I'll put. All right, so you said we could do under 10. So that could be anywhere that falls between 0 and 10. Okay. I'll do 0 to 10, because some people might get confused. So that would just be 0 to 10. So any of that time period, we're just come to keep it in 10 range because of the poll. 10 to 20. 20 to 30, and then over 30. 30 plus. Is there a plus? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see the percentage. And there goes my upper back again. I'm not used to that. I've struggled with lower back pain my whole life, so this upper back, I'm being a little baby. No, oh, actually, that was fine. Denny Don. That's the channel I was talking about. Denny Don. Mandu. Oh, okay, so do you guys remember when I was talking about the parole board? Remember I was telling you how, like, I was watching parole hearings and how hard they are? There's a channel that does them in a certain state. I forget what state that's in now. Now I can't remember. Whatever state. It's in one state, that Mandu guy, he does the parole hearings. And that's what, Denny, you were talking about. Yes. I binge watched that one day, like for 2 days straight. When I was on my walks, I was just watching it. That's so interesting, dude. I love that channel. Okay, so the parole board is hard. You're right. They are freaking tough, dude. They want to see such growth and change. And there's no fooling. So here's the thing. If you come and you act, you do all the things, but then your actions aren't showing it, they look at all it like, no, well, you have a right up here. Are you really changed? You really grow? You really change? I don't know. You don't have enough classes. What did you learn in those classes? They are tough. Yes, Denny Don. That's what, I don't know if you remember, like a couple weeks ago, I was talking about that channel, but I couldn't think of the name of it. Somebody asked and I was talking about that. Yes. Definitely. I recommend that for the parole. It's a comment that got deleted, guys, but it got removed. But I just wanted to say that would have been okay, because anyway. Yeah. Yep, it's really interesting. And that was eye-opening, like very the parole board, yeah, they are tough. But which they should be. You know what I'm saying? Because the criminals are manipulators. A lot of them can manipulate, lie. So they might be the best at telling you exactly what you want to hear. Like, oh yeah, I'm changed. I learned this. I do this. But no, they want to see the years of proof. If you have any write-ups or anything, you didn't take the proper classes, or you didn't learn what you were supposed to in the classes. Like, what'd you learn in that class? Oh, really? Yeah, no, we wish you would have learned this, because that's not what you should have got out of the class. We want you to take, they're no joke, which I'm glad, because I mean, these are criminals. Like this channel, it's like a lot of these criminals, they're like serious offenders. A lot of them have like serious crimes, I've only seen, Denny, I've only seen one of them get let out. It was that girl the drunk driving. That's the only one so far. I'm not saying that channel doesn't have any, but I haven't watched all the videos. I binged it for a couple days, so I haven't watched them all. But out of the ones I watched, and I watched a lot though, I've only seen one, and it was the girl that she killed somebody in a drunk driving accident. Did you see that one, Denny Don? Okay, I haven't watched them all, but have you seen the one? Okay, so you watch way more than me. Okay. Yeah, so that's the only one I saw so far that got let out. But I mean, I know that I'm sure they let more than one out, but I'm just saying, out of all the ones I watched, that's why my point is that they don't let a lot out. So now I watched a lot. I binged it for like, when I binge something, there's no joke. I mean, I get hooked where it's like I can't stop watching it. So I watched pretty many, but like definitely not all of them. He has a ton of them. No, it's okay, Ashley. But I just wanted to make sure because that was the channel that I meant to share a couple, like probably like a few weeks ago. I meant to share it because people were asking when I talked about it. So when I just saw that, I'm like, no, that's the channel I was talking about. Yes. It's okay. No, you didn't know. It's fine because I know I had that rule. You're fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to. Yeah, I had to. Yeah. I know you're working hard. You're doing good. Marsha! Wait, hold on. I saw your comment over here. I have to find it over here so I can put it up on screen. Hold on. That just cracked me up. Where is it? Oh my lord. Where did it go? Oh. Where is it? Oh, you do too, Marsha? Isn't it good? What state is that in? I forget. When I was watching it, I knew what state, but now it's been a couple weeks since. I gotta see. When did it? Oh, I can't go back that far in my history. It was probably like a couple weeks ago, but I already forget what state that is. Remind me, Denny, what state is that in again? Because it's just one state it's one state, the same state that he always posted. He must have some connection with he probably lives in that state, the person in the channel, right? I'm guessing. I don't know, maybe not. Anyway, where's Marsha? Hold on, I gotta find your comment. This. Can you see him in the parole hearing? I'm sorry, guys. It's just, I gotta just, I'm just picturing him in the parole hearing. And just, it's funny to think about what the people, the parole board sitting there, listening to him. He's making those noises as they, oh, I died to be in that room, just them looking at each other like, you okay? Is there something? What are you doing? Oh, Lord. Louisiana, okay. Is it Louisiana? Wow, when you just say that doesn't even ring, that doesn't sound familiar for some reason. Oh my god, I can't. No, it's horror. Come on. We're asking how long do they think that the judge is going to give them? Why is that weird? We're curious. We have no idea. And I just want to think, we're asking how long do you think he's going to get? Why is that weird? I'm sorry, but there's nothing weird about that. Are you not curious? Don't you wonder? I don't know. I don't find that weird at all. And it's because I'm curious on what people think. It's a good way to get a good grasp on like what people are thinking. Because like, what if I'm thinking, you know what? And not that it matters, but it's just curious to get like, people that have been following the case, how they see it. What do they think? So sometimes it's interesting if I think like, oh, I think 10, and then I see like 90% are saying like life, and be like, wow, okay, people are thinking that. It's just interesting to see where everybody's at. I don't think that's weird at all. Yeah, polls are very. I know I've gotten made fun in the past for doing so many polls, but it gives you a good idea of what people are thinking. I think it's very good. It's very good information to, think about science, and they do like, can't even think of the word polls, but they do like surveys and polls. How do you think they get like their information and stuff? It's very important stuff, dude. I mean, it's like important to learn about the group of people that you're talking to, how they feel. And because it's too hard when I haven't put it in chat, because you'll see like one person, then you try to keep track. But when you get a percentage, it gives you a good idea. Like, like how many people do you like? How many people think Paul or this person's guilty on a case? And like sometimes it's surprising, like, wow, like I could think one thing and then you think, wow, the majority of these people that are watching me think this. It's very knowledge. It gives you a lot of knowledge on people. I love to learn about people's thoughts, what people think. I like hearing what you guys think, because how else do you learn? You know what I'm saying? Learn from other people. That's where you can learn a lot. And just, I don't know, it's interesting to me. All right, guys. I'm good. Okay. So here's the thing. I was going to be not as surprised when people were like saying that, like that comment you said was more surprising to be that than that. I just did not make sense, but it's okay. You'll learn. Not you'll learn. That doesn't sound right. I'm sorry. Maybe though, maybe you will end up liking the polls because you'll be like, wow, this is interesting. All right. Yeah, what about the one, did you watch the one where he says, dude, at first, that one, I don't remember his name, but at first he says he doesn't even want to be let out. He's the one that had, like, he abused his girlfriend. He has sexual charges, underage girl, horrible. But he goes in originally and says that he doesn't even want out on parole. He acts like, I don't even care. I could just stay in because I could complete this or finish this. And at first it was like he was very impressive. They're impressed. He had all these classes taken. I was like, wow, he's pretty impressive. He's very well spoken. Like, it seems intelligent the way he's like saying what he learned in the classes and stuff. And I was kind of impressed at first. Like, wow, he's learned a lot. I'm thinking, right? This is what I was originally thinking. Like, wow, this guy came a long way. It sounds like he learned a lot. And then I heard his victim speak, and I saw that face. There was this one moment where she said something about where she says that don't let him out because it says something about him doing something underage and he's gonna, I don't know, it just says some stuff. And that look, first of all, learning what he did to her, I'm like, wait a minute. And how she says how he's manipulative. And I was like, wait, he just manipulated me with what he said, didn't he? And then that psycho face that he made when she said something and he did this like little laugh and this psycho freaking face where I got scared. I got chills. I was thinking, dude, she better watch out. I was thinking she's probably scared to death. Not that she better, I'm thinking like I would be scared to death if I was her. Like, she needs to get protection if he lets out. I didn't mean it like she better watch out like that. I meant like I'm scared for her. He's a psycho when he gets out. Like, he's coming from her. And the fact that he's like, yeah, like you could tell he was excited to hear from her. He's like, I want to hear, I don't know if I want to be pro, but he wanted to see her, I think. Do you know who I'm talking about, Denny? Did you see that one? Dude. Yeah. Yeah, there was that look that he gave that was just like, he is psycho, dude. I can't explain it, but he just gave me chills where it was like this look where she said something that made him mad. You know what I'm saying? She said something. He's just like, what? And it was just like, because she said something like about him, don't let him out, and he's sick, and he's going to do this to another underage person, or something like along those lines. And he just did this look, like he kind of laughed, but then gave this evil look that it was just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. No, thank you. But I got manipulated by him for a minute. I did. I was like, dang, this guy should be let out until the very end. I'm like, oh, dude, get her some protection when he gets let out. Anyway. All right, guys, I'm going to leave. Wait, you know which one I'm talking about, Ashley? Wait, you watch it too? Are you talking about, really? You know which one I'm talking about? I didn't know you watched that channel too. Oh, yay, Melissa. Me and Ashley, somehow me and you always end up watching the same things. I remember like last year, whatever, we talked about like, oh, did you see this? Oh, I watched that. Did you see this? Oh, it'd be like random things, not even necessarily true crime related. And we've watched like, somehow we have the same freaking like recommendations probably. But is that what you're saying? You know which one I'm talking? I didn't know you watched that channel. Okay. Oh, thanks, Horror Man. So I described it pretty good that you know which one I was talking about then? Did you get manipulated by him too then at first? Were you like, yeah, dude, you should let him out? It just makes me, think that these people are good. And that's why the parole board is there, because that's why they're tough. I mean, because they are like, if I was on the parole board, I'd probably get manipulated. I'd probably be like, let him out. Yeah. Like, because I see the good in people too much. I feel like I think I fall for people's, I don't know, maybe I should give myself more credit because I did catch on. Like by the end, I said, no way. So I was aware. It was just at first. And then by the time the victim started reading it, I could see the look in his eyes. And when I heard how she described how he was, and then right there I was like, oh, because I didn't have any past information. See, the parole board has past. Yeah, you would have all the past information. I didn't realize how he was a really manipulated character, manipulative character, like what he does. So once I heard that, I'm like, that's exactly what he did to me. Oh, Lordy. Anyway. All right. Yeah, I know, it's Ashley. I haven't watched her in a while. After I saw her stand up, I don't know, I quit watching her. Not that I think I binge and then I like seen them all, so I wait. I know like probably next year I'll end up binging her again, like where I'll end up like watching and catching up. But like, I don't know. I was a little bit disappointed in her stand up. It was good, but it was not, it wasn't as good as I thought. I guess I could say I was disappointed. It was fun because I was with Juliet and I had fun, but it didn't really make me laugh that much. Not like her show does. So, but she's new to it. So she knows that she's learning. So she just hasn't been doing it that long. But I think her little skits or, her little things, I think her videos do better. Like, I don't know if stand up is her thing. I don't know. I mean, maybe she'll get better. All right, bye guys. Oh, I don't know, Aaron, but Monday, you guys, everybody come Monday, 8:30 a.m. We are gonna be on it. We are gonna we're gonna see what Paul gets. So I'm gonna probably start on 8:15. And usually they do start late, so let's just pray that it is going to be live. I hope I don't get up and we get all ready and then it's going to be one of those things we have to wait till later on the day before they show it. I don't think, because Shanda's, they did show it right away, so let's hope. All right, bye guys. Oh, wait, hold on. I got to do the results of the poll. Hold on, let me read them, guys. It's 8:30 Eastern time. So Eastern time, 8:30. So 8:15 Eastern time I'll start. So I don't know, whatever that converts into your time, guys. Oh, okay. So let me see let's look at the results. So we have the poll. 0 to 10 is 23%, says 0 to 10. 10 to 20, 39%. 20 to 30, 27%. And 30 plus is 12. So the most was 10 to 20. So, all right, guys. Well, thanks. Like I said, I'll have some more Paul calls. I'll have a couple more Shanda and more Pauls. And then hopefully, if I do get the calls after the trial for Shanda, that won't be for a little while, because I don't even have the okay. So that might not be for a little while. But, oh well, I do still have quite a few left of Paul's. And like I said, it'll probably be 2 more videos of Shanda's. But, all right, bye, guys. Yeah, bye. My hair's like black in my face. I keep, It's like, is there wind blowing? And they're like, no, I don't have a fan on. I feel like I was in like one of those. I don't know. I just saw like a flash of like. Well, I'm in a weird mood. All right. Oh yay, Marsha! Really? Yeah, it was good. I know. Wait, you guys. Do you know that Court TV did that twice? So they did it when. What was the one that I was watching? Was it Shanda? Yeah, it was the Shonda one. Okay. Wrong. They started off, it was the wrong thing they played. And then I heard, I wasn't watching when it happened, but I was in Jay for Justice's chat when she was doing the Jennifer Crumbly trial. And she said that they did it for that trial too. That they started playing a different trial. So she said something like, I think Court TV got hacked this morning because they started playing something else. I tried to tell her, I don't know if she saw, but I tried to tell her, no, dude, they did it for the Shonda hearing too. We're sitting there waiting, watching it. All of a sudden they were talking about some other case. And I'm like, wait, what? I thought this was Shonda. And I'm like looking at the title. I'm like, do I have the wrong live on? And then at first I'm like, am I an idiot? I put on the wrong thing. And I switched and I'm like, no. Everybody's like, no, that was Court TV. They went into the wrong case with the wrong thing. And here they did it with the Jennifer Crumbly trial. So I don't know what is going on. Are they getting hacked or something? Or are they just so overwhelmed with everything that's going on that they're doing the different wrong stuff? But that's twice that I know of. Maybe it could be others too. So, yeah. Oh, Kimberly. Yeah, I mean, that's true lately. Dude, you're right, though. The last year, I would say, is when I started noticing, like, that they have, like, a lot of wrong information. And the thing is that I still love them because here's the thing. I think I love them because that's this place that we have to go to with a lot of our trials. I feel like if somebody else had access to the trials, I would like that. You know what I'm saying? I just want to see the trials. So I don't know if necessarily as much that I love them or as I want to watch the trials. And sometimes they're the only ones that have the freaking access to it, you know? I'm a one-man show. I can't sit there and have camera people and you know what I'm saying? So we want to watch trials. So I don't know. Yeah. But the last year, yeah, I've been noticing that there's some misinformation. And here's the thing. Yeah, we're human and, you know, we all make mistakes and we all, like, I've made mistakes and stuff like that. But the thing with channels like that, unfortunately, and it's not even, it shouldn't be that way, but people like hold them to like, oh, if they say it, it's true, which they shouldn't though, but they do. And it sucks because they're not going to always be right. And so they have a higher standard where, so they say it, nope, well, I came from Court TV. Of course it has to be true, but we're learning that it's not the case. But they're human too. So like, I'm not saying that I hate them or anything. I watch their stuff all the time because they have the access to a lot of the stuff. So, but, or like lawyers or something. It's like, oh, well, they're a lawyer. So no, or they're an ex-cop or they're a police. It doesn't matter. You have bad people in all professions. You have wrong people in all professions. We've seen a lot of YouTube cops be wrong up in this community. Don't want to name any names, but I'm sure if you guys have been around long enough, you might know a few I'm talking about. So yeah, just because they have a certain profession doesn't mean that everything they say is correct. Just remember that. Do your own research. Look into it yourself. But I still love Court TV because I love the trial. I mean, either way you look at it, I guess I love their content. I want to watch the trials. You know, they got them all. And I'm not going to be able to ever have a camera. And a lot of times they'll have like one camera feed and they always get access to it. And sometimes like, I guess I don't know. It depends. Some places you can get the link and do it yourself. Like Letitia's had it. But a lot of times like they're the only ones that have the trial. So I'm thankful for them because I feel like you know, if it wasn't for them, would the trials be as accessible? Because they have like the money and the manpower, and they're able to have the power to get in and to make the courts be like, oh yeah, court TV, they're reputable, so we'll let them stream it. Otherwise, like, would they let us little independent people like get access? They'll be like, who are they? No, which is sucky. They shouldn't, but we might not have as much access. So I'm thankful for them. I am grateful, but always do your research, because just because it comes from a certain big station does not mean it's true. Even me, like, just saying, I'm not held up to that expectation where, anyway, but I am trying to be like, if something is fact, it's fact. If it's opinion, I'm try to make sure, like, hey, this is an opinion, this is a fact, this is just a post. Take it with a grain of salt. Take it how you want it. You know, might not be true. Can't confirm it. So I try to make sure I keep it like open, like, hey, this isn't confirmed, but this is what it is. Like, but anyway, all right. Oh, really? So that wasn't even that long ago then. So you're kind of a newbie to the trials. Okay. That was a good one. That got a lot of people, because I didn't even watch all of his. I just watched like highlights, because I think I was into whatever case was going on at that time. I was into another one at the time. Whatever, there was another trial going on at that same time, and I was doing that one, following that. So I didn't get to watch all of it, but I did watch highlights. Oh. Murdoch. Watts is what got, when I started my channel with the Watts case. Like I said, I've always been into true crime, but like true crime on YouTube was Watts. True crime in my life was me and my sister used to always, my sister, I don't know if those of you guys that are new, my sister had passed away 8 years ago now. Drugs. But so we both had the love for true crime, but as far as like YouTube, it was Watts, the Watts case. I wasn't even aware of the true crime YouTube community, and it was so different back then. Back then, it wasn't anything the way it is now, and that's not even that long ago. But it was still long enough ago that Core TV wasn't even around that long. I think it just started. As far as on YouTube, because I feel like some of those big ones now, they were smaller back then. Like a lot of the ones, they were getting their foot in the door of YouTube because they were, it was just weird, because it was like more like independent stuff, like more just like channels like me. And then the big companies were starting to come in because they seen, I feel like it hasn't been that long. The way it's grown in the last 5 years has been tremendous. Like even 5 years ago, it was so much different. That had been 6 years ago. Yeah, for around 5 or 6 years ago. Whenever the Watts was, is when I started. So since then, it's changed so much. There's been like thousands of true crime channels popped up. The mainstream got huge. Mainstream wasn't that big when we first, and it was so great. But now they kind of took over, just like they do everything else. I'm talking about on YouTube now. What else? Yeah. I miss it kind of back then. It's very oversaturated now, but I mean, I guess it's got its benefits, but it was kind of nice when there was just like, I feel like we all kind of knew each other because there wasn't that many of us. So it was like, not that like on personal, like I feel like there was so little of us that like, it was just, I don't know. And now there's so many. I don't know. It's crazy. And now I'm just having like a memory flashbacks of, I don't know. OJ, I didn't even watch the whole set, because I remember when it was on, but I was younger. What year was the OJ? Because I feel like I was going to school, and I remember I'd come home. and you catch a little bit, but I'm pretty sure I was in school when it was going on, so I couldn't sit there and watch it, but yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I remember I was on a birthday party. Hold on. I'm remembering when OJ was in his freaking blazer driving on the highway being chased. I was at Amy Jo Beagley. I remember her. She was in grade school. Like what year? I would have been in probably, I'm guessing, but we have to look at the year, see if I'm right, if I'm remembering kind of where I was at. Definitely it was between, I wasn't in high school yet, so I was like, I would guess, hold on. 6th or 7th grade I was in. That's my guess. Because I was at a party. I was at a birthday party. Amy Jo's birthday party. It was a slumber party. And that's when I remember because you hear it on the news and they had it on the news and he was on the highway. I remember that. That's crazy. Isn't that something? I would never remember that party. I don't think that would ever come to my memory, but because that's where I was when O.J. Simpson was being chased with this blazer, like I remember that because of that. That's what year was it? I got to see what grade I really was in and see if I'm remembering see if I guessed the grade right. Does anybody know what year it was when he would have been chased in the highway? What year would that have been? 92. Okay, so I graduated high school in 2000. So what is that? What would that make? Hold on. So I would have started high school 96. Wow, I might have been in 4th grade then. Are you sure it was 92? Oh, 94. I was right then. 6th grade, dude. If it was in 94, I was in 6th grade. I'm good. I swear I was going by what I remembered, like everybody looking like, and remember the birthday party. I was thinking, I think that birthday party, we were about this age. If it was 94, I was in 6th grade. Oh, 92. Wait, I don't know. I'm getting different things. Hold on. Was it 92? Oh, the trial was 94, 95. Okay. So I guess I was in 4th. So I guess I thought I was older. I felt older than 4th grade. I felt like I was in 6th. But yeah, it was a little birthday party. Huh. Wow, 4th grade? That's crazy that I remember that. Huh. June. Let me make sure though. Would I have been in 4th grade? So I'd have been going into 5th. So the summer I would have been going into 5th then, right? Oh wait, somebody's saying 94. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm getting so many different years. I am 42. 42. I think, man, I know that I keep always forgetting, but it's like, it's not even like a thing where I want to necessarily remember, but I think I just turned 42 in October. So June 17th, 1994. Just 2 days after. Okay, so June 17th, so wait, I was born in 81. So I'd have been 13. So no. Is it 94? You're saying 94, right? "13? If I was 13, I would have been in 6th grade then. I wouldn't have been in 4th grade being 13. There's no way. Right? Because I turned 16 when I was a freshman in high school. Yeah, October. because I got my license. I'm pretty sure I would have been a freshman, right? So 15, 14, 13. Are you sure it wouldn't have been 15 would have been 8th grade, 14, 7th? Are you sure? I think 6th grade. I think I was right, guys. I'm pretty sure that would make me in 6th grade, guys. Yeah, I think I was right. I'd be in 6th grade. Going by my age. But I have an early birthday in October. Wouldn't I be in 6th? 6th or 7th? I don't know why I can't figure this out. Why can't I figure this out right now? Hold on. It should be so easy. I was 13, but I want to know what grade, because I swear it feels like I was in 6th. And there's a reason I think I was in 6th, because I feel like there was a girl that didn't come to our school till 6th grade, and I think she was at the party. Hold on. So 99 to 2000 would be a senior year. I have to figure. I don't know why my OCD, like I can't not figure it out now. It's gonna drive. 97 to 98 is sophomore. 96 to 97 is freshman. 95 to 96 is 8th grade. 94 to 95 is 7th. Yeah, I guess I would have been in 7th grade. So that makes sense, because that girl would have been there that day, 7th grade too. So it was like, I felt like she was there. So it was like, I don't know why. I remember that, because she came in like 6th grade to school. Yeah, so I think it was in 7th grade. I was going into 7th grade. Wait, would I have been going into 7th grade or going into 8th? I would have been going into 7th. So I was in 6th going into 7th. That's why. So that, yeah, okay. It would have been the summer after my 6th grade year going into 7th grade. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I remember that Bronco chase. That was crazy. But the trial, no, because we were at school when it was going on, right? Or was the trial during summer? When was the trial? I know I'm guessing it would have been, took how long? Because wasn't that one of the first televised trials? Oh, my back. I better go, guys. Yeah, Marsha, it's exactly. Oh my God, really? I was, what time was that? Because I feel like I remember I wasn't doing anything in particular, but I remember like watching the stuff at home. You know what I'm saying? But I don't remember like there wasn't any event because I was just at home when that happened. But I remember because it was just like, it was weird. It was just like sad. Everybody was sad. And it was just like, oh. But what is there another big event that we would remember too? Oh, I remember when I found out Michael Jackson died. I don't know. I loved Michael. I was a big Michael Jackson fan. I was in Colorado actually. Freaking. Well, I guess that was in 2009, so that wasn't that long ago. But kind of. I was in Colorado. We just went into work at Giovanni's, and Sal, our Italian boss, is like had the TV on in the kitchen, like Michael Jackson. He had like this awesome accent. Diffinuccio, Michael Jackson. I can't do it that good, but he had a very thick Sicilian accent, and he was like ranting and raving, going nuts. I love him, trying to do his little dance. It's cute. But I remember that. What else? What would be some other events that we would know? Now you got me. I want to like think, like some other big things that happen, like deaths or murders. Twin Towers, I was at college in Bowling Green in my dorm. Waking up when I first heard about it, I was just waking up, getting ready for my, I had to work I worked at this place called Oils Camp. I set up like computers for the classes. So like before classes, I would set up if they wanted a microphone or computer or whatever they needed, like computers, like technology stuff. I would go in the class, set up the stuff, and then after I would take it all down. So I was heading into work. So I mean, I didn't realize it was going to be canceled. So it's like, oh my God, wow, that's crazy. So I went to work, went to Oils Camp. So it was on campus. It was where the classes were. So I go into work and they're like, oh no, classes are going to be canceled. It's like, really? Yeah, they canceled. Wait, does that make sense that they would have canceled them? Because I remember going in and we just kind of sat around. But I wasn't in New York or anything. Did your guys just get canceled too? Because we just kind of sat there and just had like a day where, I mean, we stayed in like the hall, but we kind of all just like sat around and watched it. And like there wasn't really, it was just kind of, they just kind of canceled everything. Did you guys get your stuff canceled too? Because now that I'm thinking about it, is that normal? Yeah, I guess it's our country. It was being freaking attacked, they thought, you know? So yeah. But yeah, so it was just kind of one of those days. It was like, okay, well, wow. But it was like shocking too. It's just like all the TVs were on, so we're all like just like watching. And we had TVs in where we worked. It was awesome. Like you could take naps, you could watch TV. So I remember sitting in there, but then I remember going out in the like lobby, like area where they had. I was just like watching, like, wow, this is crazy. Yeah, I graduated in 2000. 9/11 was 2001 though. I was a freshman in Bowling Green. I remember just like not even just be like I remember just being in shock, like what the heck is going on? But yeah, they kind of just like started like just letting the classes out and stuff. So it was like, wow. Did anybody else have class? Now it's making me wonder. Did anybody else was in college or school? Did you guys stay in class or did they just kind of like cancel class and just watch the stuff? Does anybody remember? I'm just curious because I'm sure everybody did it different. I'm sure not everybody just canceled. I don't know. But yeah, it was. '81. I was born in '81. Teresa. Oh, thanks, Bella Blas. Yes, that I can do. Why did I move this microphone? I don't know why I moved that. Now I'm wondering. Oh, because I wanted to get my pen. I was writing on there. Okay, that's why. It's like, why did I do that? Now it's making me wonder because I feel like it was canceled, but I'm thinking, was it? Because we all kind of just like were sitting out in the lobby and we were watching it. But maybe because I was working and maybe they were just like, oh, I think that they canceled the classes because I didn't have to set up anything. I remember just like watching it. But was that normal? Could somebody help me out here? Did anybody else have classes canceled that wasn't in New York for 9/11 that day or no? I just want to know if it was maybe the classes still went on, but then at work they kind of just let us just watch it and not do anything. So then in my head I thought everything was canceled. I'm just trying to figure that out. No? So maybe it was just because what my work did is just like, you know what? Let's just watch this. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Okay. I'm not sure then. I know though I wasn't going, I didn't have any class. I was just working and then she just let us, my boss, Julie, she was awesome though. She was like, yeah. Anyway, all right, I better go, guys. Yeah, because I gotta get some sleep. I'm like wired though because I still didn't finish this coffee. I love coffee though. I've been trying to do decaf, but today I did, and I did all regular. All right, I'm gonna try to get some sleep and get up. So my mom, she doesn't know. She's like today. She's like, you guys aren't inviting anybody. Nobody's coming over, are they? And it made me feel like, oh shoot, I should tell her. I didn't know. I'm horrible at lying, so I try not to laugh. So I couldn't even like when she asked, I had to like look away. I was like, no, why? And I'd act like I was looking at my phone because I can't like not smile. Like I'm very bad. I'm a bad liar. I suck at it. Even if it's like something that is for a good reason, for like a surprise party, I couldn't do it. I'm like, so I had to turn around. Like I had to like kind of turn my head because I couldn't not smile. So I don't think she caught on because I'm on my phone a lot. So I was just like, oh no, why? Hold on. Oh, 70. She'll be 70 Sunday. Oh, yay, sweeties. Aw, Jessica, thanks. I know. I'm pretty hyper anyway, I feel like, in a way. But no, I mean, I'm a caffeine drinker. But the last, I don't know if you saw my last live last week, like the last couple lives, I've never been a decaf drinker, but I was starting to have, oh, I forgot to tell you, I think I know why I was having those heart things. So I don't know if you guys watched my lives the previous last few weeks when I was talking about, oh my God, I can't, this coffee is like, it's making my heart feel weird. And I was thinking like, I was really paranoid that something was wrong with my heart and stuff. And, so I had to get decaf. I'm like, dude, I love the taste of coffee. And it's just like, it's my only vice too. It's the only thing I have left. It's something the one thing I look forward to in the day, you know? It's like, gosh, you know, so I got some decaf. So I started drinking like decaf because my heart started like, it was feeling really weird and it was scaring me. So I went to the doctor last week, got blood results, and I have not been to, so I go to my INR every month, but to do a regular doctor checkup, you guys remember when I canceled it the other day or a couple months ago? I kept canceling it and then they canceled one. I finally just went. Okay? So it's been freaking me out. I don't know. I have a real bad like panic when it comes to health stuff because I've had just weird things go on with health wise, and it seems like every time it's just always something bad ends up happening. So like some bad results. So it's just like freaks me out. So the last time I actually went to a checkup where I got blood work, not my INR because that's I go to a blood Coumadin clinic. So I was doing that, but to just a primary care was before COVID. I was doing all my regular things, and then when COVID happened, I had to cancel it because, you know, it was like you're only going if you're like sick when it was like just happening, and only go if you really need to, you know. So I canceled it and never rescheduled. And then so many years passed, and it freaked like a couple years, and I was like freaked me out. I'm like, oh my God, and now I'm scared to go. Well, I went. Blood work is pretty good, but my vitamin D was 112. Which 30 to 60 is normal. So, and my cholesterol, but see, my cholesterol was high last time. I don't think it's that high. He put me on this simvastatin last time, and it gave me like muscle aches, and I told him, and he's like, ooh, get off of it. And he never put me on anything else. So I was like, it must not be that bad if he's just rather not put me on anything, because there's a lot of cholesterol medicine. I know that from working at the pharmacy. So the fact that he didn't switch it to something else means that it's probably like not that bad. So he's just like, don't worry about it. So I was expecting, of course, my cholesterol didn't get better. Obviously, it's either going to get worse or stay the same. So that wasn't a surprise. He put me on. He's trying me on a different medicine with that. No big deal. You know, a lot of people have high cholesterol. I'll take the medicine. I'm not worried about that. But my vitamin D was high, and the thing is the last time I went, it was low, and he gave me those once a week vitamin Ds that I was taking. But then I haven't went in so many years, so I didn't have them. So I've been taking these gummies. Okay, and about a year or so ago, my uncle's like, take like 4 of them. You could take a couple extra. We do. It's not gonna hurt. Vitamin D is good for you. Little I know. I don't know much. I didn't know that it gets toxic. No clue. So I started taking 4 a day because I know my vitamin D was low, now I don't have a prescription of it. So I'm like, yeah, maybe I should take 4. So I've been taking 4 a day for over a year. Plus, I'm taking a multivitamin that had vitamin D in it. I'm realizing all this. Me and my mom are going through it, and she's like, wait, the multivitamin, oh my God. So I go in, and it's at 112. And I'm like, oh my God. So I'm like, I don't even want to know. I'm thinking 100's normal. My mom looked it up and she says no. So I'm like, oh, 112, not bad, because 100, it's only 12 over normal. And my mom looked it up and she's like, no, 30 to 60 is normal. I'm like, oh shoot. So we look up symptoms, and one of it is heart-like symptoms, like, like heart palpitations, weird heart things, like weird, whatever. So I'm like, that's probably why I was feeling that way. And I'm thinking, like, I did that to myself. I'm so mad. I'm like, it makes me more mad because it was like, that was a stupid thing. Like, why did I take 4 a day? They said it was supposed to be 2 a day, and I took 2 extra a day. And I love the gummies, are so good, so I never miss those. I was always taking them. So that means my vitamin D might have been high for over a year, where it could have been like doing serious things. So some of the things that can have kidney effects, so obviously nothing else, because they would have checked all that. So the only thing I'm hoping my heart goes, it has been, I haven't had those heart things. So I've been off of it for like a week now, because I think I got the results back like almost a week ago. They're like, stop. They called it, she goes, stop. And I didn't know at first what, I'm like, oh, I go, well, you want me to just take 2 a day? Because I was taking 4, so it's 2. And she's like, no, just stop taking it completely. Like, she's like, it's at 112, just stop taking it completely. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I didn't realize, I'm like, 112. And then when I told my mom and we looked it up, I'm like, oh my God, that's really high. So anyway, but I haven't had that. So I think that's why my heart was feeling so weird. There was one point where I thought I was having a heart attack. Like, I thought it was coming. Like, I was having, and then I have panic attacks. So it was such a weird heart. It wasn't like the normal heart palpitations that I've had throughout my whole life, where you just get those weird like flutters. It was like this weird heart thing that did not feel right. Like, it was not a familiar feeling. It was scary. And I was just like, and then of course, I don't know if it was my anxiety, but you hear the arm going numb. So I had this heaviness in my arm. And so this happened. I was having the heart things for the last, I would say, like a month leading up to my doctor's visit. But the times where it got like heavy and where I thought I was going to have a heart attack for sure, that was probably like maybe the couple weeks leading up to it, where then it would give me a panic attack. You guys know how panic attacks, so that affects your heart. So I'm thinking I'm having a heart attack, and then I have a panic attack, and I was just freaking out. And I didn't know what it was. And so that was another fear. Like, if I go to the doctor room, they're going to find something wrong with my heart. But I haven't had it since I've, had at least, like, I haven't had the heart things in a few days. So I think it was the vitamin D after it got out of my system. But anyway, don't take too much vitamin D, guys. I hope I didn't do any permanent damage. I'm like, Mom, I hope I didn't do a permanent damage. She's like, no, it'll go back to normal once you're fine. I'm like, I hope not. Because they did check for like cardiovascular. Because I told you guys how my ankle swell. I think I have bad I don't know. My ankles sometimes swell. Not all the time, but like, I think if I'm sitting too long on doing lives or working, and they'll swell. So when he asks me, he's like, do you have legs swollen, ankles swollen? I'm like, yeah, my legs or ankles, they do swell sometimes. I don't know if it's my blood clotting disorder or if it's because I'm sitting too long, but they do. Not all the time, but they do sometimes. So I told him. And so like, I see all my paperwork, and he checks your heart. He's like a really hands-on doctor. I like him. So he's like, check and breathe in, breathe out. And then he just leaves the room, doesn't say anything. So I'm like, oh my God, does that mean something's wrong? And then I get my paperwork and it says screening for cardiovascular issues. And I'm thinking, oh my God, he must have heard something in my heart. Like, what the heck? And I'm like, I'm like, oh my God, why is he screening me for heart issues? I'm like, did he hear something in my freaking heart? Because I was having those heart things. I didn't tell him because I don't know. I didn't tell him about that. I probably should have, but I didn't. But hey, it's gone now. But anyway, and I'm like, oh my God. And then, I told my mom how I told him about my little ankles. I go, I'm thinking maybe those, because I told him that I did get swelling in my ankles, not my legs, it's just it's my ankles sometimes. And I said, but they weren't at the time, they were fine. He looked at them, but, and she goes, yeah, that's probably why, because I'm sure that's probably why he was checking, because you told him that. And I'm like, okay, I hope it wasn't that he heard something when he was listening to my heart. But I think that is why he was checking. But it must have came back okay, because the only thing he said was cholesterol and to stop taking the vitamin D. So, yeah. So yeah, That's my story. Too much vitamin D. I keep saying B, it's D I took. I think so. If you're asking me, yeah, he didn't say, because that was one of the things that my mom read that could affect your kidneys. But yeah, I think he did a full workup, and that was the only thing. So everything else was good. But wait, what are you talking about, Wyatt? You going treatment for what? You okay? Oh, Jessica, thanks for joining. Did I already say thanks? No. When I just put that up, I had like a deja vu with that. So I was like, and then I just looked at the time. I was like, no, that was only 3 minutes ago. That was weird, but thank you. It was like I felt like that just happened. But thank you so much. Do you have blue hair or is that in the filter? Thank you. Yay. Hopefully I'll have some of that, some members content. Like I said, hopefully by that, it might be a couple weeks because I have to finish this, get caught up on the stuff. No, blood clot. It's blood clot stuff. I've had 2 pulmonary embolisms 2 different times in my life, blood clot. And finally, after the second time, they found that I have this really rare autoimmune blood clotting disorder, the antiphospholipid. It's like it's an autoimmune disorder where my blood, it's like a clotting disorder. Yeah. But 2 different times I had like really bad pulmonary embolisms where the first time she said if my blood clots were so big that like when they hit, here's the thing. The first one I actually had 2 in 1. So I had one hit I forget which side. I think it was the right side first, if I'm remembering right. So it hits the right side of my lung. I was in Colorado. Horrible pain, woke me right out of sleep. I was living with Randy at the time, woke him up like, oh my God, Randy, something's not right. Let it go. I didn't have insurance at the time, and I was in Colorado. I just slowly like let it go, and it was one of the most painful things I felt, this blood clot, but it was like it slowly day by day was getting a little bit better. So I was like, oh, that's weird. I don't know. I guess So it's getting better, and then I went home for Christmas. I would say it was about 3 weeks after, maybe 3 weeks to a month after I was going home for Christmas. Go home for Christmas. I'm home for Christmas for probably almost a week, maybe 3 or 4 days. So half a week probably. I don't know. I'm estimating. And I feel that same intense feeling, but on the other side, like the other side of my chest. I wake up my mom because I'm at home. I go downstairs and I wake up my mom and I go, Mom, will you come up and sleep with me? I got this feeling. I'm a baby. She came up and slept with me that night. And she's like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it's like a pulled muscle. I couldn't figure out what the heck it was. I never would have thought a blood clot. That was the least thing I would have thought would cause that much pain. I didn't realize. You think a blood clot, you just have one and you die. Like, I didn't think you have them and then it's painful. I don't know. I just wasn't aware. So, I was like, I don't know. No, I think I'll be all right. I didn't want to go to the hospital. I didn't have insurance. And then we waited a couple days and then I ended up getting a fever. And my mom was like, that's weird. You got a fever? Because I felt like I had a fever. We took it. And I'm like, yeah, I have a temperature. She's like, well, let's go to the hospital. Let's go to Stat Care. I'm like, okay. I go to Stat Care. I tell him the symptoms. I said, I think maybe it's muscle. I don't know. I give him all the symptoms. And he's like, let me do a chest x-ray. He's like, okay, let me do a D-dimer. They did like a blood test. And he's like, he goes, you need to go to the hospital right away. He's like, because the only way you have to confirm if it's a blood clot. He said, because what he said that the chest x-ray shows, he's like, I think you might have a blood clot in your lungs. He said, because I can't tell though, it could be pneumonia. He said, because in a chest x-ray, pneumonia and blood clots look the same. You can't tell the difference. You need to go get a CAT scan because you might have a blood clot. He's like, I think that's what you have. And so I went and they admit me, and at first, before they do a CAT scan, for some reason, they come back and they go, yep, you got pneumonia. They start me on this antibiotic. I'm like, okay. They start me on this antibiotic after the CAT scan, but they hadn't got the results of the CAT scan back. Okay, so they have my antibiotic started, and they're like, yep. And then probably, I would say half hour later, like the doctor comes in and is like, well, we got because I didn't have any of the pre-factors for blood clots. There was no reason. I wasn't on birth control. I did smoke, but the amount I smoked, like the cigarettes, they said, no, I mean, you don't smoke that much. I mean, I was like smoking a half a pack, but they didn't think that was enough. I was a regular smoker, a half a pack a day. I just wasn't like a 2-packer a day, you know what I'm saying? But they're like, it shouldn't be that. So they were like, came in all surprised. They're like, well, yeah, you have blood clots on both sides of your lungs. Like, they were so freaking surprised. So they got me right off. They were like, let's take you off these antibiotics. And they're like, we'll try to get you out before Christmas, because Christmas was coming up that next week. And I got out on Christmas Eve. They got me out right on Christmas Eve. But anyway, so I spent like a week in the hospital. They, till I got on a therapeutic level of blood thinner. They had me on heparin. Anyway, I'm on blood thinner 2 years. Fast forward 2 years, go back to Colorado, because I'm living in Colorado. 2 years. I get off of it. I'm off of it probably a year. I have another one. And I knew, I remember I was working at DP I said, Randy, I was familiar with what a blood clot felt like now. And I go, Randy, I'm having another one. He's like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, I could tell. I was like, I knew that's what it was. So, and it was. But anyway, the original doctor in my first couple, so what had happened, that I had one, and because so the doctor said, if you have a blood clot, doesn't matter if you have a blood clotting disorder or whatever, but whatever reason you get a blood clot and you don't get on blood thinner, your blood will keep clotting. So that's why I had another one. So it doesn't matter, even if it was just some fluke or it was birth control or you don't have any plot, but if you have one, for some reason your blood just will clot again. So she said, I had one, hits my one side of the lung. Month later, it's coming from somewhere. We haven't figured out where, if it started from my leg, and then I had another one, it hit the other side of my lung. And she said that they were so big that, and that's why it hurt so bad too, is when it hit my lungs though, they said, thank God that they broke when they hit your lungs. Because she said, I think if they wouldn't have broken to pieces when they hit the lungs, that you would have died, because they were really big clots. So when it like hit one side of my leg, it just broke into little pieces. And then when it hit the other, and that's why it hurt so bad. It's like bam, and then it just broke, and it was like really big. But yeah, and then the second one was really bad too. They said it was like in my artery. They said it was like, there was like 2 spots, and the one spot was like blocking my heart, and they were worried. They're like, we're worried that it's making your heart weak. And they're like, we have to run a test. And if it is, then we're going to have to do this very risky surgery. I'm like, okay, but she said it was fine. She's like, thank God. She's like, nope, it was fine. But she had me so free. She had horrible bedside manner. I was already scared to death. And she comes in there and says that. She ended up being cool after. She was my hematologist after in Colorado. She ended up being really cool after. But that was horrible bedside manner. Like when she came in there, like that was not cool. My heart rate was already up at over 120. And for her to come in and be so like not sensitive, like I'm already scared to death. My heart is at a very high level, and you're going to come in here and be like, this is no joke. This is critical. Like, why are you going to, I don't know. That was not cool how she did that. She was mad because I stopped taking the blood. So I was on it when I originally had it, since they ran tests and they said that didn't have any blood clotting disorder the first time. And they said that I would only be on it 6 months to a year and I should be off. I was on it 2 years. Okay. And then I lost that insurance. I ended up getting this insurance through Colorado, and then I lost it. So I couldn't keep going in for those lab tests. And I figured I'm already on it 2 years. Okay. They said I don't have any blood clotting disorder. I think I'll be fine. So I went off of it because I didn't have a doctor. So she was so mad. The hematologist, why did you go off of it? The doctor didn't okay it. Why did you go off of it without? So she was so mad that I did that, and that's why she was being like a jerk to me. Like, this is serious. This is serious. You should not have went it. You shouldn't have taken yourself off of it. This is serious. Like, you are in critical condition. We might have to do, but still, like, wait till my heart calms down. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could see my heart rate. Why are you scaring me? And why? The first test, everybody said, nope, no clotting disorder. You guys didn't find any, or not you guys, but the people in Ohio that did the test, nobody found anything. Usually they take you off. So why do I have to be on? You know what I'm saying? I thought 2 years of being on it would be plenty of safe, because you said 6 months. Anyway, but yeah, so then they ran this rare test. They're like, let me test you for this really rare thing. I don't know why they should have tested me that first time. I don't know why they didn't. You know what I'm saying? My mom's like, well, why wouldn't they have tested you for every blood clotting disorder? Because they were so confused. Like, If they did, why didn't it come back positive? I had faith that they did the test that needed to be done to see if I had some kind of disorder, but I guess they missed that. Anyway, I'm just rambling. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, wait, I'm missing. I'm sorry, guys. I'm missing chat. What are you guys saying? No, I know. And I'm like panic. You know, Stacy, you know how I am. Like me and her are the same. Like we have like very anxiety about health stuff. And so like that's the thing that gives me panic attacks. So like, you know, anything that I think is wrong health wise, and I'm sure a lot of people are like that, but it's like you don't do that to somebody. Like wait at least until I'm calmed down. I mean, she could have told me the results, but like do it in a better manner. Yell at me later then when I'm out of the hospital, when I come and see you. Then you could yell at me. But while I'm like right here, like going through something, can you just like lay it on me easy? You know? Yeah, they said, well, that hematologist told me that for what I have, that they want me to, that Coumadin is the best thing. That's what she told me. It was, but you know how you get doctors, you get different opinions. So I don't know if I would go to a doctor here if they would say something different. But the hematologist in Colorado told me no, she wants me on Coumadin. That she thinks that's the best thing for what I have. But like I said, I bet you if I went to a hematologist here, I would have one person tell me something different. I mean, it's just doctors, they don't always agree on things. But yeah, I'm sticking with it because what she said, but I don't know. It's a pain because I have to do labs every month or 2 weeks, depending on. Yeah, I'm pretty, knock on wood. I mean, I don't have that issue with the nosebleeds or anything. And luckily enough, I actually, and I want to knock on wood because I'm just very weird with this, like superstitious or whatever you call it. But like, you know, people will say like, be careful if you cut yourself and you have trouble like clotting. I don't have a problem. Like I might bleed maybe a little bit more than people, but like it clots up fine. And I'm on blood thinner. I've been on blood thinner for how long now? And I could get it to stop very easily. So I don't know, maybe I'm lucky or maybe my blood is so gosh darn clotty that that even with blood thinner it clots up easy. I don't know what it is, but it's pretty good. Like I'm able, like I don't have an issue with that. Even when I went to the dentist, she's like, you know, you tell them I had that crown, and you know, and you tell them, you know, be careful, or you tell them you're on blood thinner, so they be careful. And I'm like, she said something, and I go, did I bleed a lot? She's like, not at all. She's like, I was expecting and ready. She's like, I have people that aren't on blood thinner that bled more than you. She's like, you barely bled. No, you were fine. I was expecting way worse. She's like, I have people that take forever to get to stop bleeding that aren't even on blood thinner, and you didn't. So I don't know. I don't know. I have to limit. I have to eat. I have to limit what I eat. So I'm supposed to eat like two greens a week. But yeah. No, I clot too much, Tammy. So I don't. My clotting disorder is because my blood clots and it shouldn't. So vitamin K, the leafy greens, when you're on blood thinner, it could affect your levels. So they want you to like pick a number. So you can eat as many as you want, but then you have to adjust your warfarin to what you want to eat. And then you have to stay consistent. So if you want to do 7 greens a week, go for it. But then you're going to be on a higher dose of warfarin and you have to stick to that because you want to be balanced. So then they adjust. So you have to just probably take more warfarin to be up. So you pick what you want to do. So how many greens do you want to eat a week? I pick 2. And then just stick to that every week. So that's kind of how you do it. You could eat it, but you have to be consistent. So it's not that you're limited, but you have to pick and then be consistent because it'll make it go up and down if you're not. So yeah. And then things that make it thin. You can't have anise, licorice, or black licorice, anise, ginger ale makes it thinner. So there's some things that I can't have it that make it thinner. Some things I can't have it make it thicker. I have to so there's a list, and I have to, sometimes I don't even know. Sometimes I'll be like things I don't know, and I go in and they're like, whoa, why is your blood like that? Did you eat this? I'm like, I ate this. Oh, you can't eat that. I'm like, I don't know. It's hard to keep track of all this. I think I got them all down now, but dang it. Yeah, so there's things that you can't do because it sends it too. I'm trying to think of what else. There's the anise, so the black licorice you can't. Ginger, I know, is the one that sends it. Alcohol, obviously. Pumpkin sends it. Cabbage thickens it. Anything green usually thickens it. I don't know. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. I know. Ginger ale I don't drink pop that much, but ginger ale is one that I used to love. And I didn't even realize you couldn't have it until I would say like last year. Because I don't drink pop that much, but I had drank it. And they're like, I'm like, yeah, you can't have ginger ale. So usually I don't, a lot of times I won't find out I can't have something until I accidentally have it. And then it makes my levels off. And then they say, what did you have? And then I tell them, and then they're like, oh, ginger ale, like I said, was one of them that I didn't know until I had it and it screwed it up. Yeah, Kimberly, that's what scares me about like those kind of blood thinners. I know warfarin is tougher because it's like you have to monitor in it, but they say with like Plavix and Xarelto and there's that other new one that came out that somebody, it was like people were like, what about that one? When you bleed on those, there's no antidote for those. But with warfarin, there is. They could give you a shot of vitamin K and make it reverse it. But with the other ones that aren't warfarin, there's no way to reverse it. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing to make it like reverse or to stop it as far as like to change it. Am I making sense? So that was one of the things too that made me like, like, so if for some reason I did start bleeding internally with warfarin and they were able to diagnose it, that's the tricky part, but they could give me a shot of vitamin K and it would thicken up my blood. Am I making sense? But the other ones, it wouldn't do, vitamin K wouldn't do anything with the other ones, if that makes sense. Oh, I know. I've been on it for a long time, on and off now. I've already been on it this round for, thanks, 9 years, maybe 10 years. And then before that, I was on it because remember, this was, is it that long? Wait a minute. Because I've been on it the whole time I've been home. Am I? Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Because I swear. Yeah, 7. Because I was like, I'm trying to keep track of my sobriety, and I swear I just hit 7 years. I'm like, wait, did I just hit 6 years? Maybe I swear I just hit 7 in October, which means I was home for 7 years already. Plus, it would have been plus 7 because it happened before yeah, I'm thinking 9 or 10 years already on this round, and then before that. So I've been on it for probably a total of 12 years of my life already. Be on it forever, so I don't have a choice. It's keeping me alive. Anyway. All right, guys, I am rambling like a freaking crazy. Oh, tea, that's another one. Oh, hey, Evil exists. Green tea, whatever. I can't have green tea. Or ginseng or any of those, like those weird things that are those herbs that are in like that kind of stuff. I can't have that. But green tea is also one. What's up, Evil Exist? Oh, thanks. How are you? Oh, thanks, Kimberly. All right, I'm going to go, guys. I got to go to bed because I'm going to get up early, but I know I said that a million times, but thanks for hanging out. It was fun. I missed you guys. I've been dying to just like talk about these, and I've been trying to keep it short on the videos because so you guys could just listen, but I'm in the comments though. You probably see me. I'm definitely in there reading as many as I can and commenting because I like to hear what you guys think about them. All right, I'm going to go. I don't know. No, cinnamon's okay. I never heard anything. They never, no, not that unless if it's another one I don't know about yet, but no, I don't think. I think cinnamon's good. Oh, thanks, Tammy. Oh yeah, grapefruit juice. There are a lot where it's like, don't take grapefruit juice. Oh yeah, sure, Evil. Yeah, go ahead, go for it. All right. Melanie, what up? Yeah, statin is the one that they're all statins. It seemed like statin, the simvastatin, I think it was that I took, and it gave me like muscle aches. So he knows. He's like, don't take those. Don't take those. So I don't even know what he prescribed me. I have to go pick it up tomorrow too. That's another thing I had to pick it up because I haven't started. I've been so busy. I was like, I didn't know, because I was like, man, what if it makes me like have some kind of effects where I get tired or something? I wanted to get some of these calls out before I started a new medicine because I don't know how it'll affect me. I don't think usually cholesterol medicine probably shouldn't, but so I waited till I at least got a lot of work done. But I have to pick those up tomorrow. Yeah, that's true, Melanie. Um, Wait, really? Aw, cool, Gem. Wait, that is a weird symptom. Are you joking? You're saying it turns your hair from gray to black? Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get one out. Oh, I don't know, guys. I'm thinking I might not be able to get one out till Sunday. I might have to skip a day. I don't know because I have that. I guess if you want me to do one without the subtitles, I could probably just get it because the other stuff takes me a minute. Because I kept it pretty simple. So usually, like with my videos, I always try to have like a bunch of different stuff. But for those, it's like we're doing it just to listen. So I just keep like the constant same picture. You know what I'm saying? So that the editing of the rest is barely takes me any time because it's just a picture with a background. It was the subtitles that was killing me. So I actually, if you want, yeah, I could probably do one tomorrow because if I don't need to do subtitles, to be honest. Did I pull one up? I showed the closed captions. Amazing. Not amazing, but like the way you could change it, make it bigger. Were you watching that? Hold on, I want to see something. Did I pull one out today? I can't even remember. My days are running together. I put one out today, right? Or was that last night? Hold on. I can't. Yeah, I put one out 5 hours ago. Okay, so I did get one out today at least. All right. Evil exists. Did you hear me? Are you still here? Because I answered your question. I just want to make sure you heard. I don't know if they just left real quick because thought I was leaving, but then I did see their comment. I just wanted to. I was trying to wait to make sure they heard me so they know, because I know how it is waiting for somebody to like, if they want to use your video, waiting for somebody to freaking answer. Most people don't answer. It sucks. And then you don't know. I mean, you usually can with fair use depending on what it is anyway, but like, I usually like I don't know. It's tricky, but I just wanted to, I don't know. Maybe they left. Ranville. Is it good for high blood pressure, Lori? Oh. Yeah, K. Right. K rays, yes. Well, if there, maybe if there's I could put a couple edits in there, depending. A couple edits won't take me long, but if it's like subtitles, I won't be able to get one out tomorrow because that takes me a long time. Oh, Swindick, what's up? I guess the cable just left. I was hoping that they would have heard my answer. I guess they left. Evil, are you here? Oh, wait a minute. You're right. I mean, is anybody gonna talk? I forgot. Sentencing, they usually have the victim impact statements. You're right. I wasn't even thinking of that. Wonder if they are. And then sometimes they could have one if there's anybody that wants to do it on the other side. I mean, I've seen that where people will do it for the person that's being sentenced too. But a lot of times it's more for the victims. So it'll be, you know, I don't know. That's interesting. If I don't know what, I mean, because I don't know if Nolan would have been able to get in town again or Millie, you know. All right, I think Evil exists left. Okay. I'll just hopefully, maybe I'll try to email him. Yeah, so any of you that wasn't here earlier, I showed you how YouTube subtitles aren't too bad. Yeah, they do miss some things, but they're not as bad as like with me being like a perfectionist and like a OCD. That's why I was like, oh my God, I had to do it. But now that I see that the amount of time, and especially if I keep getting other phone calls, I'm never going to be able to do subtitles for all of them. So I have to cut it off somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Or I won't be able to do anything else. So I just have to. I have to let go of the OCD, let go of it, and just cut it off. You know, if I have extra time here and there, I could do it. But so I am gonna have to, so I might as well just at least try right now. It's hard for my brain not to do it when I listen. I was telling Stacy, I'm like, when I'm listening, I'm like, okay, let me just not do this one. And then it's just like, well, I'm listening anyway. I might as well write it. But in reality, just listening and writing it out is way different. It takes way more time. But that's how my head is like, well, I'm listening. I might as well just do it. But yeah, but anyway, YouTube, yeah, it does miss some, but the amount of time, sometimes it might be worth it for me to get in, get some other stuff going on. So you could actually change the font. You can make it as big as you want. You could change what kind of font. You could make it, the opacity stronger or lighter. I don't know if you saw that, Soul. Did you see when I was going through it? All the options for it. It's amazing. It's pretty good. And I was watching it for the Paul ones to see, and it wasn't that bad. Because I was like, let me just see. And it wasn't. The reason I thought it was way worse than it was is because when I do my automatic ones, if I try to do my automatic on my editor, I know I explained this before, I want to explain again. Those suck. Those are way worse. I compared it, and YouTube's aren't that bad. For it to be automatic, they're not perfect. But no subtitles are. But it's, I think it's going to be, you might miss a few things, but I think you'll get most of it. And you know what? If you miss it, just listen to it back, maybe, for some of it. I'll try to do some more, a little bit here and there when I have time. But all right, I'm going to go. I guess Evil left. I know, Dork City. Wait, what does it say? Just remember, Millie doesn't like Paul. She said she would have set her differences between him and Shanda. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, bye, Sadie's. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And if, if I keep getting calls, there's no way I'm able to keep up with them. So like I was saying, I have to cut it off somewhere because I would not be able to sleep if I had to try to keep up with everything. All right, I'm gonna go. I think Evil Exists left. I was trying to wait to see it to make sure they heard it because they do like really little, small, short, little good videos. I haven't watched them in a while. Wait a minute, why hasn't I haven't got recommended in a while? I used to always get recommended, but they haven't. Huh? I have not got recommended it in a long time. I wonder why. But anyway, I was trying to tell them that they could. But all right, bye guys. I'll try to get one out tomorrow without subtitles. But like I said, I showed you how to do them on YouTube. You can make them huge. You can even make them bigger than what I did. You saw that. I only had that on, well, like 3. I forget what I put it on, but I think there was an option where you could even have done them bigger. All right. Bye, everybody. Monday, though. Paul's sentence, 8:15 sharp, Monday. It's a big day for this case, I feel like. Because I think we all kind of knew Shanda's sentence. We figured. But Paul's is a little bit tricky. I don't know. Bye.